Good morning.
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 Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy meeting. My name is Joe Leyva, and I will be chairing the meeting today. Today is December 7th. It is 8:30. And before we get started with conflicts of interest, Dr. Gandhi, would you take a roll call, please?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And good morning. Happy holidays, everybody. Mr. Leyva.
Here.
Mr. Dang.
Present.
Ms. Davis.
Present.
Ms. Lahan.
Present.
Ms. Walmsley. Mr. Tong.
Present.
Mr. Thorwald.
Here.
Ms. Nair.
Here.
Mr. Chair, we have one not present, Ms. Walmsley, and unfortunately, we have a resignation of one board member. Our public member, Mr. Randy Schock, has submitted his resignation, and I'm sure boards and commissions is diligently interviewing to replace Mr. Schock.
Thank you. Thank you, Cam. Okay, board members, we will do conflicts of interest. I have one 33B, and I have submitted that. Ms. Snare?
I have one. It's 11A, and I submitted it this morning.
Thank you. Mr. Tong?
I have none.
Ms. Davis?
I have one 23K and I've submitted it in writing.
Thank you. Mr. Thorwald?
None.
Ms. Lahan?
Mine have been submitted in writing prior. I would like to add 8A, which I just submitted right now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dang?
I don't have any, sir.
Okay, and I do believe that noting Ms. Walmsley's absence, but I do know that she has submitted a recusal as well. Okay, tab 3, board members looking for approval of the meeting minutes. Our meeting minutes are live streamed onto YouTube. So just looking for a motion to approve.
Mr. Chairman,
I'll make a motion. I'm sorry.
I second.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh.
A motion by Ms. Lahan, a second by Mr. Thorwald. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
I'm going to abstain. I wasn't present.
Okay, thank you. Consent agenda 4 through 11. We will start off with consent agenda 4, the complaints. And before we do, there was, 4 or 5 that we had tabled for a full board review. Ms. Kionavog, could you please state what those are? And then I'll see if there's any others that the board members want to pull for further discussion.
Certainly. Good morning, everyone. This is Jennifer. So the complaints for full board review include 4D like David, 22-0470, 4E like Edward, 22-0415, 4J, 22-0465, and 4L, 22-0469. There is also a complaint that is tied to an application, Mr. Chair, and I'm not sure if that's you would like that now or later.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. I'll make a note of that.
Okay, that is 4AO 22-0321.
Okay. All right, board members, having heard the items that we pulled for full board discussion, before we go into that, are there any other complaints that you'd like to discuss openly? All right, let's pick up at 4D. Complaint 22-0470. On a routine inspection, it was discovered that a pharmacy intern was administering immunizations without an immunization certificate from the board.
I can start the discussion. Okay. So the reason why I asked to talk about this in the full board is I think this should be treated similarly to working without a license. And we wanted to have that discussion with the board, and we were curious what we had done in previous complaints that were similar.
Thank you, Ms. Nair. Other board members, opinions on that?
Mrs.
Was
Chair,
board, was
Go
board
ahead.
staff able to check to see what we had done in the past?
This is Jennifer. So we did have a case in the past where a pharmacist was involved in similar action, and that individual was offered a consent agreement for civil penalty.
Thank you, Ms. Kionabong, and board members. Every case has its own merits and should be evaluated with that, but I do understand the background of the question. Ms. Richardson, could you confirm for me on the record that the training was done for the individual, just the license was not completed with the board prior to offering the immunization?
Hi, Mr. Leba. Yes, this is Sharon Richardson. The training was done through her pharmacy school, which is an out-of-state school. I believe that training was accepted as adequate. She had done it through school, out of state, and then came to Arizona as an intern and began immunizing.
Okay, thank you. And we are board staff. We are in good standing now. I believe so.
Yes, she does have her immunization certificate at this point. She did apply right away when we informed her of what was going on. She has since also passed her NAPLEX, and she has a shortened expiration date on her pharmacist, or actually, I don't think her pharmacist license has been granted yet. I apologize. We weren't able to grant that because of the open complaint. So her pharmacist license is pending as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, may I ask a question? This is Ted Tom.
Yes.
Does the supervising pharmacist have any responsibility or oversight to make sure that the intern is certified?
Absolutely.
Have we had a situation where intern was involved? Because I heard from Jennifer that we're talking about a pharmacist, but not a student.
Other board members?
Mr. President, since she corrected it immediately after she was informed, and it seems like it was maybe just an oversight on her part, and she had the training done before she started immunizing, I would be in favor of maybe a non-disciplinary letter of concern or something of that sort.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would also agree with that.
Thank you.
As would I, and perhaps I'm noting from the complaint committee, maybe the 3 CEs in law may be helpful as well.
I'd agree with that. I'd recommend also an advisory letter to the pick and the permit. If Ms. Davis or Ms. Lehan, if you were moving towards a motion.
Mr. Chairman, this is
Yes.
Kevin. I have a question for Mr. Richardson. So Ms. Richardson, based on the narrative, the intern has been vaccinated, has been giving vaccination to the patient since April, right? And then you found out the fact that she does not have, has not been registered with the board until August. So over 4 months period, she has been giving vaccinations without the proper permit, correct?
That is correct. She started as an intern with the company on April 1st. She does float amongst 3 different stores in the local area. So that is why I only have one pick and permit listed, because this is the one that I discovered it at. So she was practicing at multiple locations. The reason it was discovered was I noted her name on immunization records and her license did not say immunizer on it. So I looked her up at that point and discovered she had never applied.
Okay, and then she had recently reciprocated her license to Arizona from another state.
I don't know that it's necessarily a reciprocation. She graduated from another state, graduated pharmacy school, came here and obtained an intern license, took her NABPLEX and was awaiting licensure.
Okay.
That is one factor that I thought about, Kevin, is we have, it's not a pharmacist that has been established at practicing. This is somebody on the learning curve, and this is somebody that took the appropriate classes in their schooling and then apparently moved here and did not know, according to the reading, that that was required. Some states require it, some states do not. And that is why I was in favor of the non-disciplinary approach. When it is a pharmacist, though, in my opinion, and they've been established, it is similar to working without a license. And I feel a little bit different in that regard. But I was leaning more towards the statements that Ms. Davis and Ms. Lehan had given as well. This becomes a little bit tricky in that this is a floater. I don't know if you call it floater, but she's gone to several different locations, and typically the manager is the one responsible for verifying the license and credentials before somebody starts to work under their license, so to speak.
Mr. Chair, Member Thorwald, I have a question. Given that the different PICs did not do the oversight to confirm that she had that licensing, should there not be something sent to the PICs to remind them that they should be doing that?
Yeah, in my opinion, it should be, but I think the permit would be the one to deliver that message, and probably dropping the PIC from this and adding the permit for an advisory letter would be a good idea.
Is that in addition to the motion, Mr. President?
I don't think we have a motion yet. I think Cedar was just about to
Okay,
make one.
please. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, so I will make a motion to require 3 CEs in law in addition to the regular CEs required for the intern, and also send an advisory letter for the permit regarding these circumstances.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
And I have a second. Any other discussion?
Can we clarify that the district managers named were taking no action against the district manager that was named?
I think the intent was the permit, but I'll let Ms. Lehan clarify.
Yes, no action against the district manager or the PIC. Will let the permit follow up with all 3 of the stores. I
Okay,
amend my motion. Or
okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. thank
Mr.
you.
Leba,
Yes.
Mr. Leba, this is Sharon. I don't know if we need anything official or on the record, but if we can just make sure that it's noted that licensing is okay to proceed with her pharmacist application.
I do believe so. Board members, do you have any objection to that? I do not.
None.
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 Noted, Ms. Richardson, and
Thank
I
you.
think that we're all in agreement. Yes, good call out.
Thank you.
Okay, looking at 4E, 22-0415, during a routine inspection, 3 pharmacists were found to be administering immunizations without immunization certificate from the board. So now we have a similar situation, but we also have established pharmacists in this case. And I'll open it up for discussion. I believe Mr. Dang or Ms. Nair had concerns and wanted the board to discuss it.
Yeah, I can start. So during the complaint committee meeting, I thought that it would be best to present this case to the full board, just because these pharmacists have been giving vaccinations to multiple patients without the proper certificate. So in this case, since it's the pharmacists are the ones who vaccinate without proper licensure, I'm leaning towards the customary fine, like what we have done in the past, just like practicing without license.
Any other discussion?
Member Thorwald, I have a question. Have these pharmacists, are they new or have they been practicing here for some time as pharmacists in Arizona?
It looks to me like they've been practicing for some time.
Yeah.
I believe one of them is a new grad, though. And in Nevada, the license wasn't required. And so that seems to be part of maybe what played in for his. For Vin.
I would think that on the new grad that it should be similar to the last one, but for the others, I think what Kevin said would be more appropriate.
So, Mr. Thorwald, I see where you're coming from, but from based on my experience, the new grads are the ones who have recently taken the law exam. So those are the people who would, if anything, I have higher expectations of those new grads for remembering all the laws that are set forth by the Board of Pharmacy.
I concur with you. The only reason I said that was given that the state they came from did not require that.
But they have to take our law exam in order to practice in our state.
Yes.
And altogether, combine the two pharmacists, there's almost 1,000 immunizations given to the citizens of Arizona. So that's a large number of immunizations.
How many from that one?
One, about 428 immunizations. Oh, so 89 immunizations to that one.
Mm-hmm.
All three combined about 1,000.
Ms. Richardson, can you confirm that training was done with all the individuals? They just didn't have the license in place? Or did we have some that weren't trained doing that?
I can't confirm that they had training. I will say that I know that the pharmacy manager, which is Pharmacist JL on the complaint, did complete it quite some time ago because he was having difficulty getting a copy of it from APHA. The fact that I believe all three of these individuals are now certified with us to immunize would lead me to believe that, yes, they had the training done because they would have had to have submitted that to get their certification with us.
I do see that noted in some of the responses too. Thank you.
And just for a point of clarification as well, the particular pharmacist that you're referring to as a new grad, I do want to point out that as of now, they've been practicing for a year. So new grad, yes, but had still been licensed for at that time 8 or 9 months.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, board members. Any other questions, or do I have a motion?
I'm going to take a stab at this, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion to impose a monetary fine of $1,000 for each pharmacist, including all those immunizations that have been given to the public.
Right.
So offer a consent for a $1,000 civil penalty for each,
Yes.
and if not accepted, what happens?
we'll go to I
Hearing.
guess
Go to hearing.
hearing. Yeah, I guess we can go to hearing.
Okay.
Mr. Dang, I'm not against a civil penalty. I was actually thinking $50 per month civil penalty, which would be 8 months, so $400.
I'm fine with that.
I'll make that my motion. Civil penalty of $50 per month with working without a certification to each of the pharmacists involved in the complaint to equal $400 civil penalty each for each person to be paid within 90 days using our standard terms.
Mhm.
Mr.
I
Dang,
second that.
I'm not sure if you had a motion or not. I don't recall. Did you?
Is that a motion?
You did.
Mr. Dang, did you make a motion?
Yes, but then that's fine. I can withdraw my motion and I concur with your motion. I second that.
Okay, so I have a motion by Ms. Nair and a second by Mr. Thorwald. And because it's disciplinary, can we do a roll call?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Mr. Leba?
Aye.
Mr. Dang?
Aye.
Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Ms. Lehan?
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley is not present. Mr. Tong?
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald?
Aye.
And Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Okay, for J, pharmacists failed to comply with registration requirements outlined in ARS 36-2606.
For this one, you had mentioned sending this to a conference, perhaps, and I'd be interested in getting an idea of why this person did not respond when contacted so many times. That's just my thought.
Yeah, I think my view on this, and I understand that, is we have a practice setting that typically doesn't require the checking of the PMP. We have, it still requires a pharmacist to be registered. It's in the veterinary business model. And then the other thing is that I just don't know if I'm going to learn anything. If, you know, I feel like I have enough here to move forward and save the time of a conference. This was the only question I did have in it was it a question of simply having an IT issue, or was it not listening and not and ignoring the staff call? So in my opinion, so many times we're reached out on this 6 times, 4 times, that it should be noted with an advisory letter at minimum that they reached out to talk to the individual. But I wasn't looking at disciplinary or a fine on this one. And I think that's what kind of instigated bringing to the full board to have a discussion.
I can support that as well with what you said.
My outstanding question was more what type of problem solving had they done? And I did feel a little bit differently about it when I found that it was veterinary. They maybe, I believe there was some type of discussion about whether or not they needed to have the PMP. But I don't know if I was leaning towards anything that was a civil penalty either.
I think we should maybe give them a letter of concern that we weren't able to get a hold of them as the board, but I am less concerned with the IT/veterinary PMP issue now that it's been corrected.
I think, Ms. Tanil, if you were heading towards motion, I think that's fair. And also adding 3 CEs in law with standard terms would be appropriate.
Okay, I'll try to make a motion. I'll move that we order 3 CEs in law and also issue an advisory letter of concern that the pharmacist wasn't responsive to our requests for them to reach back out.
I'll
Okay, I have
second.
And I have a second by Ms. Snare. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. 4L, 22-0469, the board received a complaint from a patient's mother because her child received an antibiotic dose too high for the patient's age and body weight.
Mr. President, I am recused from this.
Thank you. Ms. Lehan. Board members?
So, Mr. Chairman, I remember this case. So, board members, the reason why I suggest that we should gather your input for this case was because this particular pharmacist had two, in my opinion, based on the narrative, had two opportunities to intervene. The first opportunity was that she got a phone call from the doctor's representative, and it could be a non-clinician person, knowing that the dose prescribed was almost 2.5 times higher than the max daily dose for a kid. But the pharmacist had failed to make an effort to contact the prescriber, or at least notify the representative that she had spoken to, letting that person know that this dose is way too high. I'm not going to fill it. Please clarify with the prescriber and either call me back or let me know what would be the appropriate dose. She didn't do that. And then the second opportunity came about when the mom came by and picked up the prescription. She did not take her time to counsel the patient, counsel the mom. So had she done one of those two things, then this problem would have not occurred. So in my opinion, I highly believe that for the safety of the public, there has to be some disciplinary action towards this pharmacist for her negligence to intervene prescription that was prescribed by a prescriber at such a high dose.
Mr. Dang, can I comment on that?
Yeah.
I see it similar to other errors that we have. Unfortunately, I understand that there's extra care to be taken with pediatric dosing. I believe that all errors we've treated as having non-disciplinary CE given. I would be in favor of 3 hours of CE in error prevention and a letter of concern for not having counseling documentation.
Well,
Mr. Dang, would it be an option to bring the individual pharmacist in and maybe answer some of those questions that you have and then go from there?
I would be fine with that, sir. The reason why I suggested some sort of disciplinary action was because she pretty much violated the OBRA 90 law, which is offering counseling to patients. So I understand it. Had she only made the medication error, then yes, 3 hours of CE on med errors would be sufficient. But in this case, she had failed to intervene, clinically speaking, and then she had also failed to abide by the OBRA 90 law to offer counseling to the patient.
And Mr. Dang, just for the record, so she was relying on the system by this pharmacy to flag it as counseling, but it was not flagged as counseling when the patient came to pick up the prescription.
She didn't know.
She
Ms. Mayor,
did
would you
not
be
know.
open to, thank you, Ms. Dutch, would you be open to Mr. Dang's idea of a conference to learn more before we do anything?
I would be fine with that.
Okay, Mr. Dang?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
How does the pharmacist know whether it's a child or an adult?
They have a date of birth on part of the prescription.
Okay.
Mr. Dang, I'm hearing maybe moving to a conference.
Yes.
You want to make a
That would be
motion?
my motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Thorwald. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. I think that was a good approach. 4A0, we have Kyonavong, for the record, what was the recommendation on 4A0 from the complaint committee?
This is Jennifer. The recommendation was a conference.
So board members, what I'd recommend is the conference, and I would recommend tying the license renewal after the conference is done, so we can be thorough and hear what takes place with this before we go to the permit.
And,
I don't
and
think
Mr. Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. So the application, the application and on the agenda here is actually a new application. You'd mentioned it was the renewal. It is a new application that shares a supervising pharmacy with this complaint.
Okay, so let's do that. I don't think we need a motion, Ms. Kyonavong and board. I will table the new application to be reviewed after the 4A0 conference is determined, unless board members have any objection to that. Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion on tab 4. Ms. Galvin, Ms. Hargraves, would you like a roll call, or have we taken care of that?
I believe that there are a couple of matters that are considered disciplinary, so a roll call would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
In addition, Mr. Chair, it'd be nice if someone made a motion that didn't recuse from any of those items.
I'll make a motion to approve tab 4.
Second.
Motion, and I have a second. Dr. Gandhi?
Certainly, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Noting my recusals, aye.
Ms. Wamsley is not present. Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. President.
Thank you. Okay, board members, moving on to tab 5, consent agenda. Refer to formal administrative hearing. This is 5A through 5F. Any questions? If there are no questions, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve tab 5A or 5A through F.
Second.
Second by Mr. Thorwald. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Tab 6, consent agenda, executive director dismissals and ratification. Before we take a vote or discuss any cases, would the executive director like to make a comment on the ratification? Okay, hearing none. Board members, any questions? Or do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair. I have a question regarding the case number 22-0246.
Okay, Mr. Ding, what page is that on?
Page 12. Sorry.
1473.
Thank you.
Okay, and which one was it again? 246?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
So the question that I have is, it says a possible violation of pharmacy law was not identified, but reading the, just through the reading, it says that the hood that they use to compound that failed certification, and the room temperature is high. So all these are objective data. So in my opinion, if the hood that they use to compound drug had failed certification, I mean, that is a violation of pharmacy law, isn't it? Because the pharmacy did not, it is the board's expectation to that all pharmacies must have the hood that it has to be certified every 6 months. if it's not certified or if it fails certification, then the compounding practice should be halted or should not be allowed.
Sure, we'll allow Dr. Gandhi to respond.
Mr. President,
Yes,
Steve Hyber, I was the investigator on that. So I'd be happy to jump in if it would be of
thank you.
help.
Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome. First of all, the hood, it was what board member Dang is citing are allegations. An investigation was conducted, and in respect to the allegations that were raised in this particular complaint, we found the hood was removed from compounding activity until it was certified. The temperatures that we found when we were there were not out of range, and we didn't see any evidence that they were. So again, these were allegations. So this particular complaint was dismissed or recommended for dismissal.
Mr. Haber, just out of curiosity, did you ask the facility to provide you the records of the temperature monitoring over 6-month period or 3 months period?
We did. And there were some records that weren't available. But again, there were 2 other complaints that were filed, and we're addressing as a group allegations in respect to those complaints that we were able to verify.
Right, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Leba?
Yes.
I have one as well. Complaint 22-0351, page 1472.
Okay, go ahead.
It states that the pharmacist refused to give their last name or license number. I think in the past we've done a non-disciplinary letter of concern when we've had this come before us. Just curious if we could get more context on that.
Mr. Gandhi?
Which number was that, Ms. Nair?
22-0351. My page is 1472.
Just pulling it up, Ms. Nair, one moment. At the time we reviewed the complaint, Ms. Nair, we felt that it was more of a customer service related matter. We can certainly pull that complaint for further review if you'd like. But that was our initial assessment.
I just feel like in the past, that's staying consistent with what we've done when someone hasn't given their full information, so someone can make a complaint about them. I don't know that the first half of it, I believe that looks to be a customer service issue, but the second part of the complaint is something that we've typically given a letter of concern.
Ms. Nair, I can speak to this. This was a complaint I investigated. This was over the phone, and the complainant also stated that the pharmacist said he feel comfortable giving the information because he didn't know who it was. And I think that the position we kind of took was with all of the fraud that's going on out there and people calling pharmacists and asking for money over the phone. And I think there's just a lot of nervousness out there. And that's why we kind of considered it more of a customer service type issue. This was forwarded to the supervisor to educate this pharmacist. But like Cam said, if you want us to do further investigation on this, we could certainly do that.
In my opinion, it's not necessary, but I'll defer to Ms. Nair.
I'm a little torn. I think that we should be consistent with what we've done in the past. I understand, I appreciate the context, but I'll see how everyone else feels.
I'm comfortable with the dismissal.
David,
I am also.
thank you, Mr. Tong.
Thank you.
I mean, it looks like we're headed towards just keeping it as is. We can move forward then.
Okay. Any other questions, board members? Okay, hearing no other questions or discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve tab 6 consent agendas
Second.
dismissals.
Thank you. I have a motion. I have a second by Mr. Dang. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Tab number 7, consent agenda ratification orders for non-civil non-disciplinary civil penalty. It looks like these are in line with what we have done in the past. Board members, do you have any questions or do you have any cases that you would like to pull? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the tab 7 consent agenda.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Second by Mr. Thorwald, motion by Mr. Dang. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Tab 8, consent agenda, consent agreements. You've been provided the material in your board book. Are there any questions or concerns on tab 8? If there are not, I'll look for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve tab 8.
Thank you, Ms. Nair. Do I have a second?
I'll
Second.
Second by Ms. Davis. We'll do a roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Leyva,
Aye.
Mr. Dang.
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Noting a recusal on 8A, aye for the remainder.
thank you. Ms. Walmsley is not present. Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to tab 9 is vacant. Tab 10, consent agenda, license permit recommendations by chair and vice chair. Are there any questions on 10A through 10L? There are no questions on 10A through 10L. I'll look for a motion.
I make a motion to approve the recommendations made by the chair and vice chair on tab 10.
Thank you.
Second.
I second.
I have a motion by Ms. Nair and a second by Mr. Dang. All those in favor?
Mr.
Aye.
Leyva, I'd have to take a roll call on that. Some involved discipline.
Thank you.
Mr. Leyva,
Aye.
Mr. Dang.
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Noting recusals 10I and 10L, aye.
thank you. Ms. Walmsley is not present. Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Tab 11, consent agenda license and permit ratification. This is for all permit ratifications, pharmacist license, intern license, and technician applications.
I'm recused from 11A.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make a motion to for approve tab 11.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. We will do tab 12A, and then just to let everybody know, we'll have a 10-minute recess for a break, and then we'll pick up with 12B. So tab 12, complaints requiring board review. 12A 22-0247. The licensee disclosed his second DUI charge. I'll open it up. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, this is Jennifer. I just want to let the board members know that counsel for the respondent on this case has requested a continuance.
Okay.
This matter is also tied to agenda item 23A, which is the renewal application.
Okay. Board members, I don't see that there's any problem with granting the continuance unless somebody feels different. We'll go ahead and do that and move on to 12B. All right, let's do 12B and then we'll take a break. 12B, this is a pharmacist, 22-0539. A pharmacist failed to disclose discipline on his license renewals and did not update his employment information with the board. When disciplinary orders were requested, failed to provide all of the orders. Do we have representative present as well?
This is Brandon Hendrickson. I'm here.
Welcome to the meeting, Mr. Hendrickson. Ms. Richardson, could you give a brief summary of it, and then we'll go from there?
Yes, Mr. Leyba. As you said, we had a failure to disclose discipline on a license renewal and a failure to update employment information. Mr. Hendrickson submitted an application for a new pharmacy permit in February of this year. And while conducting the substantive review for that application for the permit, which is also on this agenda, it's 15A for your consideration. While doing the substantive review on that permit, I had noted that there were 4 disciplinary actions taken against his license from 3 different states. Kentucky, Louisiana, and Alabama, there were 2 disciplines. Doing an additional search revealed a 5th disciplinary order from the state of Texas. The actions were taken in 2015, 2016, 2017, and 2018. I was only able to locate the renewal applications for Mr. Hendrickson from 2018 and 2020. So based on this, we know that there was a failure to disclose the disciplines from 2017 and 2018. I have no proof in writing in terms of renewal applications for the disciplines from 2015 and 2016. However, in his response, Mr. Hendrickson does say that he failed to disclose those disciplines on those renewal applications. On the license renewals in question, the question is, since you received this license, has any formal disciplinary action, including but not limited to censure, fine, suspension, probation, restriction of practice, or revocation been taken against your license or other professional certificate? And Mr. Hendrickson answered no to that question on both of those applications. I did request copies of all disciplinary orders from Mr. Hendrickson. He provided 3 of the 5 disciplinary orders that I had already found during the substantive review. He failed to disclose the discipline from Texas. He did provide an order for probation and a fine from Alabama, but he stated he didn't agree with their order, and so he didn't need the license and therefore didn't renew it. In actuality, there was a second disciplinary action that occurred in Alabama that he did not provide, and that was for failure to obey a board order, and his license in Alabama was revoked, and he did not disclose that revocation. Mr. Hendrickson did say in his response that he thought the question on the renewal application pertained to discipline that the board was not already aware of. And he assumed that the board would already know about his disciplines. He stated that as far as Texas was concerned, that they sent him a letter stating that they weren't taking any action. However, he did sign a disciplinary order issued by Texas on August 2nd of 2016. He was working in Texas at the time that disciplinary action occurred in Louisiana, and that placed him with an employer from at least 2014 to 2015 that was not updated with our board. His last employment update had been done in 2011. He didn't update it again until 2020, which is when he was assuming the PIC position and the new permit that he's applying for. The update that he did give in 2020 as a PIC was reported 6 months after he became PIC, rather than the immediate notification that we require, and then the 10-day requirement to report a change in employment.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hendrickson, would you like to make a comment?
Yeah. First of all, I apologize for even having to be here and dealing with this in the first place, but the disciplines that I've received are two incidents. One in Louisiana, where we had, at the time I was at a pharmacy in Texas, we had a license expire. We put a hold on everything, but I think it was like 6 auto refills or something like that still got shipped out. At the same time, there was an issue going on with our daily reporting back to the Board of Louisiana. I guess they had a new requirement that we weren't aware of, so our controlled substance reporting to them wasn't matching up. So we went to Alabama, went to Louisiana, got that all squared away, and that was fine. Alabama later on came along and wanted to fine me and make me come appear and do all that stuff because of the Louisiana infraction. That was what I really didn't agree with, is regarding the Alabama Board of Pharmacy, because it didn't happen in Alabama. In my opinion, it really didn't have much to do with them, but kind of seemed like they were just trying to fleece me for $4,000 and an overnight stay there. I wasn't needing the license, so in my mind, I thought I was letting it go. Obviously, they took further action, resulting in, I guess, 2 actions in Alabama. I assume 1 for the original Louisiana infraction, and then 1 because I didn't follow through with them, or whatever the case may be. The other actual infraction that I received was Kentucky. I missed the CE requirements for them on a renewal. So there was an infraction in Kentucky, and that's then, I guess, what generated the ones for Texas and some of those other ones. So it's really 2 incidents that happened, I think originally in 15, and I don't remember when the Kentucky one was exactly, but I'd be happy to fill in any other information I can on that.
Okay. Mr. Hendrickson, you were, you said something of it didn't happen in that state. The charge for that was the not reporting of what took place. Am I correct?
It may have been. It may have been.
You would know. This is your license. You would know.
Yeah, I will say yes.
Okay, so therefore, you probably should know you need to report to Arizona, would be my statement.
Yeah, and I guess that's where my confusion came from, because in my mind, Texas received the notification automatically. And looking back on it with Ms. Richardson's review, I think they put something on my license regarding that they looked at it. It was the Kentucky one, I think they received that regarding the CE, and that's the one that I received where they said a letter they were taking no action. So it looked like Texas was getting everything automatically, and I guess that's what made me think all the states were, as well as Alabama must have received the information to know that I didn't specifically report it to them.
And then on the application, you filled it out, you knew you had to have revocation on your license in one of your states. That's not really, as a pharmacist, that's not something that slips your mind. A revocation is.
To be honest, I didn't know that it proceeded to that. I actually didn't find out till I went to renew my Texas license, and Texas said, no, you can't renew it because of the status of Alabama. And I was confused because I thought it just wasn't renewed, but in fact, they had put that extra revocation or whatever.
But you knew coming into Arizona and you failed to do it again. Is my point.
Yeah.
Board member?
Yeah. I mean, it certainly wasn't intentional. I wasn't trying to hide anything because I know it's out there. But I should have been more diligent in reading that question and just being more, I should have made sure you guys knew and gave you more information, not less.
Mr. Leyva?
Yes.
You mentioned having an issue with CE. What was the issue, and are you now current with your CE requirements?
I am, yeah. At the time, I think I was carrying 13 or 14 different licenses. So I had these certain windows where I try to get the CE in so it would match up with all the different states. One of the times I went to renew with Kentucky, they had a different requirement. I can't remember if it was yearly or what the case was, but I didn't have the full amount of CE required for that period of time. So that's why they issued that. I'm currently and have been always up to date. Arizona being my home state, I've always made sure to have everything in compliance there.
I was, just for discussion, I was thinking of possibly requiring a $250 fine for each state where there was discipline that was not disclosed. So that would be 4 states.
Okay. Board members, any other questions? Board staff, so the other item, what other item are we linked to? A pharmacy license?
Mr. Leyva, that's correct. It's item 15A. It's an application for a permit for a pharmacy in which Mr. Hendrickson would be the owner and pick, and there are also some issues that need to be reviewed by the board on that permit application.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, in addition, there's 23B as a renewal application as well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Galvin, Mr. Hargraves, how would you recommend we handle these? Each individually, or, and I'll tell you my concern, if we go down the route that Ms. Snare has kind of laid out, and that is where I was heading as well, Ms. Snare, for the record, I don't feel confident in the individual with being able to be regulated and pay on time because of the past history. Whether it was a mistake or not, I know they happen, but a past history in this case is a trend. I wouldn't feel good about moving on with any of those others until a potential fine was paid in full. Can you comment on that or give me a little bit of direction on how I should handle that?
So if you were to offer him a consent agreement for the civil penalty for the $250 for each state where there was discipline and not disclosed, you could make the approval of the permit and the renewal of the application contingent upon him entering into the consent agreement and paying the fine as set forth. Until that fine is paid, the application for permit or renewal would not issue.
And the other items, when we do review those, if there are additional items like a child that was not submitted on in timely manner, those could be addressed independently.
They could, or it could be all part of the same initial consent agreement. And if you felt that that particular issue needs to be addressed in the consent agreement, we could address it in one agreement. And perhaps if you feel that additional discipline is warranted, it could be added on.
I think what I'll try to do is take them together. So board members on 12B, are there any other questions on your mind before we go down and take a look at the permit? Okay, let's take a look at 15A. And if I could, Ms. Richardson, will you give a brief summary as well?
Yes, Mr. Labus. So on, we are looking at local RX 15A, a permit for a new application. A new application for a new independent pharmacy permit. It is a change of ownership application. I'm trying to pull up some additional notes here. If you give me just 1 second. On this application, we weren't notified of a change of ownership with 14 days in advance. It appears that the change of ownership actually occurred on November 1st of 2021. I requested a management agreement because we do allow for the current owner and the potential new owner, for that new owner to operate under the current permit through a management agreement between the two. So I did request to look at that management agreement, and the date of sale per that agreement was on 11/1 of 21. However, the current permit holder did not notify us of a chow, and the new owner did not apply for a permit until February 15th. Part of operating under a management agreement is that the new owner will have an application on file, and that's the point of the management agreement, is to allow them to operate while they're waiting for their permit to be approved. So we have a failure to notify of a change of ownership 14 days prior, and then not applying for a permit until several months after the change of ownership. We also have undisclosed discipline, including revocation for the owner / pick, which you've just addressed in the last. We know that those weren't disclosed to us, and they were not disclosed with this permit application as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Anderson, would you care to comment before I go to questions for board members?
Yeah, this pharmacy is currently called St. Joseph Pharmacy. I've been the pick there since March of 2020. In, I guess it was October of 21, the owners told me that they were going to fly out the next week and close up the pharmacy. And I was confused. We talked about it. We came to an agreement where I would buy the pharmacy from them and continue running it. So went from being an employee to essentially being the owner of the pharmacy overnight, which was not exactly something I was planning and not something I've done before. And it was in applying for the change of ownership and the new license when everything else came out, obviously. So again, apologies for creating this mess in the first place, but certainly comes from my ignorance on this versus trying to hide anything. But that was the situation. It wasn't something I was actively seeking out to try to buy a pharmacy. It was more a responding to my current pharmacy being closed and the desire to continue it being an independent pharmacy.
Okay, thank you. So board members, now before us, we have the lack of the proper procedure following the law with the chow, and we have another instance of another chance that was there to disclose the discipline, revocation, etc., and it wasn't.
And Mr. Leba, if I can just make one comment regarding the disclosure, I'll let the board determine how they feel about whether or not disclosure was required. But the question on the application asks if the owner, any owner or partner, in this case would be Mr. Hendrickson, if they've ever been denied a permit in any other jurisdiction. So that could be interpreted as being denied a permit to operate a pharmacy versus disclosure of personal discipline on a personal license. So I just want to throw that out there.
Just on the chow, does it ask if there was ever any discipline asked for the closure of that? I cannot recall on the chow.
It is the same application as for a new pharmacy. It's not a separate application. There's just an additional question that asks if this is the result of a change in ownership.
Okay, so just to confirm, it is there again, that question.
It asks if ever denied a permit in another jurisdiction, so you could
Does
interpret
it ask
that.
about, have you ever had discipline on your license in another jurisdiction? Is that question on there, like on the original application?
The regulatory questions deal with if there were any convictions of an offense involving moral turpitude, drug-related charges and whatnot. It asks if any formal discipline has ever been taken against any of the permits held by this owner. So it doesn't say license.
Okay.
Yeah, everything that I look at really seems to address permits of the business. The only thing that addresses the owner is if they've been denied a permit in a state or any other jurisdiction.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson. I appreciate that clarification. Board members, any questions on this one before we move to Jennifer? What is the next item on the license?
With regards to Mr. Hendrickson, his renewal application, which is 23B.
And okay, board members, any questions on the change of ownership case?
I know that we talked about a civil penalty. Seems like Mr. Hendrickson has made a lot of, say, administrative errors. Is there a way to order continuing education in law along with those to help him get up to speed in the things that he seems to be missing?
Absolutely, yes. I would be in favor of a disciplinary, offering a disciplinary consent for the terms Ms. Snare had tentatively proposed, and then 6 hours of continuing education and pharmacy law, I think is a good starting place. But that's not a motion. I'll open it up to board members. And then waiting to pay the, waiting to approve the license upon his personal license upon payment. And then on grounds for the chow, I would say $1,000 fine for failure to follow the rules and regulations in Arizona with change of ownership.
Mr. Leba, I would concur with you and Ms. Nair.
Before I make that my motion, board members, are there any other questions?
I have a question. I think this is probably for Ms. Richardson. The time frame to report a change of ownership, is it the same 10 days as, say, a change of address? Is there
change of ownership requires notification to the board 14 days prior to the change occurring.
Thank you.
Ms. Davis, if I may add on to that, and there are, when corporations have change of ownership, there are other laws that play into factors as well. The Federal Trade Commission may be having some rules about disclosing change of ownership as it could influence stock pricing and so forth. So we have to factor that in when a change of ownership is taking place as well, even though our law says 14 days.
Okay, any other questions or discussion, board members? Okay, I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
And I'll do a roll call, please.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Jean said, did you guys get all that, or?
Yes.
Perfect. Right,
Wait,
Mr. Leba.
Sorry, did we add that it would be upon payment, we would approve the? Yes, okay, thanks. I just want to make sure that was in there.
Mr. Leba?
Aye.
Mr. Dang?
Aye.
Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Ms. Lehan?
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley is not present. Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
and Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, Mr. Hendrickson. With that, board members, we will go into a minute break and then reconvene on 12C. Thank you.
Oh, blurred. You see the Arizona Pharmacy?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. See, everybody.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Before we get started, Dr. Gandhi, will you take a roll call, please?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Mr. Leba.
Aye.
Mr. Dang. Mr. Dang. I'll circle back. Ms. Davis,
Present.
Ms. Lehan,
Present.
Ms. Walmsley. Not present. Mr. Tong,
Present.
Mr. Thorwald,
Present.
Ms. Nair,
Here.
Mr. Dang.
I'm here, sir.
Perfect. All accounted for, Mr. Chair, except for Ms. Walmsley.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to tab 12, complaints requiring board review, 12C 22-0626. This is for Woodfield Distribution LLC. There are 5 permits on the respondent. Before we get started, do I have representatives with Woodfield present? Okay, if you'd like to make a comment after the summary, you'll need to take yourself off mute, but I did see you. Okay, board staff, I'm not sure who was doing this case, but if there could be a brief summary, and then we'll move to Woodfield's comment and board questions after that.
Mr. Leba, this is Jennifer Mitchell.
Hi there.
Hello. Woodfield Distribution submitted a permit renewal application for one of their 5 locations in October 2022. On that application, the permit holder disclosed that the owner of the business had been indicted for conspiracy, trafficking in drugs with counterfeit mark, and conspiracy to commit money laundering. A complaint was opened against the remaining permits to allow the board to consider the permits that were not due for renewal at this time. The renewal application for the one that was due is on this agenda for consideration. The permit holder has indicated that there's been a change of ownership, but as of this morning, only one location has applied for a new permit, and that is the permit due for renewal now.
Okay, thank you. If I have representatives with Woodfield, would you please state your name and position for the record?
Robert Gerstein. I have no capacity, official capacity with Woodfield.
Elizabeth
Hernandez. Wait a minute, I'm sorry, I missed that. What did you say your capacity was?
I have no official title with Woodfield Distribution.
What are you then? What do you do?
I run the day-to-day operations of the company.
Okay, are you a manager of the company?
No.
Okay, I'm trying here to understand who you are representing the company. If you can shed light on that, it would help.
Okay. So
I could shed light on it. I was the first employee of Woodfield Distribution when the company was founded in 2010. After Mr. Runsdorf's arrest in January of 2022, I assumed the leadership role at the company. I have no official capacity with the company under advice of counsel, and though I am running the day-to-day operations of the firm currently under a management services agreement with another company called Reliable Healthcare Logistics that I do have capacity.
Okay. And who do we have with you today?
My name is Elizabeth Hernandez, and I'm licensing specialist with Woodfield Distribution. I handle the renewals of all of our 3PL licenses.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Mr.
board-
Lehman, Mr. Lehman, this is Jean Galvin. I'm concerned that we have no one present who can represent the entity. He stated that he has no official capacity with the organization, with the company. So I am concerned that he would have an inability to bind the company to any agreement with the board.
And then, and I missed your name in the room. Are you a representative of the permit?
Who? Myself, Elizabeth
Yeah.
Hernandez?
Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
Are you prepared to move forward and answer questions and take responsibility of the permit?
Correct. I am.
Ms. Galvin?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've heard a summary from board staff, and now introductions have been done. I'd like to see if Woodfield would like to make a comment.
Yes, I actually, when I did the renewal for one of our facilities in Ohio, in your regulatory questions, there was a question if there was any type of pending allegations regarding the owner, officer, or partner, which I actually said yes, and I disclosed to the board of the indictment. As of this point, I have been successfully renew every single license throughout every facility that we have. I have not been denied any license because of his current situation. The owner of the company is no longer he's not in control, nor he actually is in any capacity associated to the operations of the facility. And
does he have ownership?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Hernandez, I'm sorry. Does he have ownership still?
He does. He's the owner of the company. However, the indictment actually took place at his other company. He owns a manufacturer company in Texas, and that's where the indictment, the allegations actually were for. Nothing related to Woodfield Distribution.
Okay. Ms. Hernandez, any other comments?
Not at this moment. I'm just trying to actually see if we can go ahead with the renewal, as our other facilities are up for renewal in 2023. I was able and successful to actually renew those. I don't know what happened with the one in Ohio.
Okay. Do you have an understanding of what took place with the indictment and the results and the outcome?
Pardon me, I couldn't hear you. Can you repeat that?
Do you have an understanding of what took place with the indictments with the owner and officers of that company, and what took place with that?
Not to, as an employee here, we are not actually fully knowledge of what took place at Woodfield Pharma. It's my understanding he was arrested in the beginning of the year, and since I actually I took the position of renewing the licenses for the company with full disclosure to every single board of pharmacy in Waterfront, which I'm trying to actually be as transparent as I can be, providing documents when the board actually asks for documents. This is the first time I'm appearing in front of a board with a potential decision of you guys. Hopefully you can actually renew our license.
Sure. Board members, do you have questions?
Mr. President, I have a question. So Woodfield Pharma made counterfeit promethazine with codeine and then you distributed it? Is that how that worked?
No, we are not.
You want me to address that
Yes,
question?
if you don't mind.
If you don't mind, I'll address it on her behalf, if that's okay.
I don't really know, because you don't have any official capacity. So Ms. Galvin, I'll defer to you and Mr. Hargraves. What you say could impact the decision here today. You've gone on record saying you don't have any official title, official role.
It's understood.
Okay. Ms. Hernandez?
We do, Woodfield Distribution did not distribute for Woodfield Pharmaceuticals. One was a pharmaceutical and one was a distribution, but we didn't commingle those two companies. To some extent, we actually had probably one common customer who's no longer with us, even before the indictment. So
You should clarify.
Mr. President, if I may.
This is a 3PL, we're contract manufacturer, two separate businesses.
This is Cam. I have a question for you. So it looks like the Woodfield Pharmaceutical based in Texas, correct? Is that what you said?
correct,
They were a virtual manufacturer.
correct.
Who
No, they were physically there.
they physically compounded their products? We have them
Correct.
identified as a virtual manufacturer in our system. So that will probably need to be resolved or fixed.
I don't have any control over that because that company was actually shut down when the indictment took place. It's my understanding.
You don't have control over that company
Yeah,
anyway.
we don't have control over that
It's
company.
a separate company that was run by Mr. Runsdorf.
It's just the same owner, different entities.
Okay. So Woodfield Distribution, the manufacturer component of this whole operation, they distributed their own products and they didn't involve any third-party logistics or full service wholesaler
We were
connected to Woodfield Distribution.
their 3PL services until everything, it's my understanding when August of last year.
So when everything went south, you didn't distribute their product.
Correct.
No, that's not correct. We never distributed any
Any
product.
products.
We're a third-party logistics provider. We receive, store, and fulfill on behalf of our customers.
Okay, so now we're playing with semantics,
Woodfield
though, right? But
Pharmaceutical-
did you, let's just say, did you move any of those, not just, let's take the word distribute out. Did you move any of those product at the direction of anybody or yourself into Arizona?
No,
No,
we only served as their outsourced warehouse and stored their ingredients and that they
Their
use
raw
to make
material.
product, their raw material. And they only moved product back and forth between the 3PL warehouse facility in Sugar Land, Texas, and their contract manufacturing facility in Houston, Texas.
Mr.
At
Leba,
their direction, because they owned it at all times.
I'm not comfortable with this information that we're getting or who needs to be present to be able to move forward. I'm curious if this should be moved to a hearing.
okay,
I concur.
Do you mean a conference or a formal hearing?
I was thinking a hearing.
Hearing.
Would you care to receive legal advice?
Yes. Make a motion for legal advice.
In
Second.
executive session.
An executive session. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, we will return momentarily.
I didn't mean to jump in, but you were saying something that wasn't true. No, we don't distribute any, we don't distribute.
All right, thank you for your patience, board members. I'll open it up for any further questions that you may have.
I don't have a question, but I can start to form a motion. I make a motion to refer this to a conference and in the meantime, have board staff subpoena to have the appropriate individuals here and subpoena to have the paperwork that is necessary that shows the records of transactions and the appropriate time frame per our legal counsel. Also would request to have a management agreement forwarded to the board that you have a relationship with Mr. Gerstein.
Okay. Any other conversation before we have a motion on the floor?
What about a letter from the their counsel saying who can represent them?
Yes, if I may speak.
Go ahead.
I was going to suggest, since I don't have full knowledge of Woodfield Pharmaceutical and only distribution, and I only handle the licensing, I was going to suggest the board to actually have a continuance in order for legal counsel representing the company be present on any other future hearing or conference call.
Thank you for that. Okay, Ms. Nair, what was mentioned will establish where we're going with your current motion on the floor. Before a vote, I want to just defer to legal counsel and see if there's any clarification that's needed, or board members, if you have any additional points to clear up.
I would appreciate the representatives. If you have legal counsel appear on behalf of the entity, they have to be admitted to practice in Arizona. So be sure that that is in order before you have anyone appear on behalf of the entity.
That's noted.
Noted.
I do have one point of clarification. Is it Westminster Pharmaceuticals LLC care of Woodfield Distribution? Or is it
No.
Woodfield Pharmaceuticals?
It is Woodfield Distribution LLC. Westminster, as I explained to Jennifer Mitchell, used to be one of our customers, and apparently they listed us as their 3PL. That's one of the reasons you see them coming up on your system.
Okay, Ms. Nair, you have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, because of the nature, I'd like a roll call, please.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Mr. Leyba?
Aye.
Mr. Dang?
Aye.
Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Ms. Lehan?
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley not present. Mr. Tong?
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald?
Aye.
Ms. Nair?
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
And then to clarify, the permit of the one entity, the one location who has an application for renewal, the operation date or expiration date will be continued until there's a final resolution. Is that correct, staff?
That is correct. Ms. Galvin.
All right, thank you for your time today.
Thank you so
Moving on.
much.
Thank you. Tab 23D, Lucia Villanueva.
Yes,
Hi there. Could you please state your name for the record?
Lucia Villanueva.
Okay, welcome to the meeting. Ms. Mitchell or board staff, could I get a summary of the case, and then we'll go to Ms. Villanueva for a comment?
Sure. Excuse me. Lucia Villanueva applied for the renewal of her license on October 6, 2022. Ms. Villanueva disclosed that she'd been convicted of a misdemeanor on her renewal application. According to the documentation she provided, Ms. Villanueva was charged with simple possession of marijuana and possession with intent to distribute marijuana. She entered into a plea agreement in which she pled guilty to knowingly and intentionally possessing a quantity of marijuana, a misdemeanor offense. the government dismiss the charge of possession with intent to distribute marijuana.
Thank you. Ms. Villanueva, would you like to make a comment?
Actually, well, this is my first time doing something like this. So I don't really know what to say, but that was one of the biggest mistakes of my life, and I'm very grateful about that. Sorry, I'm nervous, but I mean, I would just like my license to be approved, and I'm at a better place now.
And this, how long ago was this?
This was 2 years ago, actually.
Okay. And you had in you were driving a vehicle with roughly over 30 pounds of product in your vehicle when you were pulled over?
Yes. Yes, I was. I had, well, actually, it all started, I lost my father, and I lost my job. I lost everything. I lost my mind. So I wasn't doing really well.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, but I mean, I realized he's not coming back, and I mean, I really need my life back and my job back.
So were you aware, you were aware that that was in the vehicle and you had a part in that, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And what are you doing now?
I'm actually in the, well, I'm in the hiring process with CVS Pharmacy, but well, I just need to know if I was going to get approved or not. I'm planning to go back to work, but I've been unemployed for about a year now. Well, since then, actually. I was like afraid, to be honest, I was afraid to apply. I didn't know the outcome. I didn't even know I had to report in 10 days or none of that.
So are you, this is a renewal application. So you've been working as a technician for CVS? I'm not sure I followed that. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Is your employer aware?
Yes. Yeah. She knows.
Board members?
Just to clarify, you've been working there or you are hoping to get hired on?
No, I was working at CVS in 2018. I lost my job, so I applied again in October. So I am in the hiring process, and pharmacy manager is aware of everything that's going on.
May I ask why you lost your job in 2018?
That was because, like I said, my father, he was diagnosed with CHF. So, I mean, I was just having a bad time. He passed away in 2019, and it was just.
So he passed away in 2019, but you lost your job in 2018.
Yeah, I lost my job November 2018.
And what were the grounds for your dismissal?
And my father passed away January 2019. Termination, it was just, I was missing work because of my father's illness.
So this is an egregious amount. It's 3,000 times more than what's legally allowed. I feel like we might move forward to hearing. I don't know if we have the grounds for that.
Mr. Mayor, I am along the same lines that the legality of it is one thing now, back then is another, and then the intent to distribute into the community is what alarms me. I'm not in favor of the renewal application.
I'm not either.
Other board members?
So the conviction that she has is a misdemeanor. They knowingly and intentionally possessing a quantity of marijuana, and that's a misdemeanor. The charge of possession with the intent to distribute was dismissed. So you have no conviction of that, but you do have a misdemeanor conviction involving drugs, and you have a failure to disclose under 323208. I don't think because there's any conviction with respect to the intent to distribute, you could not deny based upon that lack of conviction. I do believe we had kind of an admission here that it was her intent to distribute. Is that correct? What were you going to do with the marijuana?
What
Ma'am,
was I gonna, what was I gonna?
what, yeah, what were you?
Oh, that was, to be honest, it was my cousin's. I do not use or that. It was just naive, and I just had it in my car.
And what was your cousin going to do with that amount?
I'm not sure. I know he uses, so I'm not aware of that.
But you did state that you knew that there was a quantity in the vehicle.
Yes. Yes, I knew. I was not gonna distribute it or sell it or anything like that.
You would acknowledge that's more than for personal use, correct?
Yeah.
And you were picking it up and it was in your car?
Yes.
Okay, board members, my opinion doesn't change on this one. If Ms. Legal Counsel, if we need to do a motion to go to hearing, we can, but as it stands right now and hearing what I'm hearing, regardless of charge, I am not in favor of the renewal of the application. Am I?
So,
is this
if you,
correct?
if I'm hearing you correctly, the motion would be to deny the application based on her failure to disclose the charges under 323208 and her conviction, her misdemeanor conviction related to a drug charge. That notice of denial would go out, and then if she wanted to appeal that, then a hearing would be held. It doesn't automatically go to formal hearing. If she wanted to appeal the decision to deny, that's when the formal hearing would be held.
Thank you. Ms. Naird, any comments or motion that you're thinking about, or other board members?
I'll make a motion to deny based upon exactly what Ms. Galvin just stated, the non-disclosure and the misdemeanor drug charges.
Thank you. I'll second that. Roll call, please.
Mr. Leyva,
Aye.
Mr. Dang. Mr. Dang,
Nay.
nay. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Ms. Davis, was it aye?
Yes, sorry, aye.
Perfect. Ms. Lehan,
Recuse.
Ms. Walmsley is not present. Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Nay.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
I have 4
Aye,
to 2.
4 to 2, yeah. Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time today. Okay, I think I accidentally I jumped and I need to go back to 13A team. And this is resident relocation application for requiring board review. I just missed it. 13A, sleep apnea solutions. Do I have a representative with sleep apnea solutions? Defer to board staff if they've heard from any of the individuals with sleep apnea solutions.
Not since the invitation was sent, no.
Board members, the one thing that I have on this is that the application appears to be complete, and I believe on this one, the zoning, yes, the zoning was submitted, but we had a question on when looking at this, if that zoning knew that pressurized gases would be kept in a residential area. And I'll defer to Ms. Kionavong if there was any follow-up on that.
Yes, this is Jennifer. Mr. Chair, there was, if you refer to page 2718, there is a response from Pima County regarding sleep apnea equipment. This individual was on, this was the development department, and they did not know what the definition of sleep apnea equipment would be defined as, or if Pima County has a definition. So there was really no additional information provided in that response.
How about disregarding sleep apnea equipment? How about pressurized gases?
They were also asked if compressed medical gases would be considered sleep apnea equipment, and again, they were not able to answer that.
I still have the question, so I think we're going to have to continue this. Whether it's considered sleep apnea equipment or not, are compressed gases okay to store in a residential area? Disconnecting.
Mr. Leva, just similarly, it looks like on 2714 in the zoning permit that we don't have the full permit. It says under the following conditions, and then there's no conditions. So maybe we just don't have that full permit. Missing pages, possibly.
Yeah, it might be that there were no conditions too. So
Yeah.
maybe we can support staff to follow up on that, and then we will continue this to the next meeting or later in this meeting now, if we have representatives that do appear. Okay, moving on. Where was I? 23E, Stephanie Mitchell McFarland. Do I have Stephanie Mitchell McFarland in the room?
Hello, I'm here.
Hi, will you state your name for the record and welcome to the meeting?
Hi, my name is Stephanie Michelle McFarland. Thank you.
Okay. And Ms. Mitchell, could you give a brief summary of the application before us?
Sure.
Oh, sorry.
Oh. Stephanie McFarland applied for the renewal of her license on October 25th, 2022. Ms. McFarland is currently working at OptumRx. On, excuse me, April 24th, 2021, Ms. McFarland signed a consent agreement and order for probation of license. The consent agreement became effective on April 29th, 2021. Ms. McFarland's consent agreement requires her to ensure that all pharmacy employers submit to the board a written acknowledgement that they have received a copy of her consent agreement. While processing Ms. McFarland's renewal application, staff noticed that she had a new employer as of November 1st, 2021. The staff had no record of receiving an acknowledgement of Ms. McFarland's new employer. After receiving her renewal, staff reached out to Ms. McFarland regarding the missing acknowledgement, and she indicated that she would contact her employer and follow up with staff. On November 5th, Ms. McFarland sent an email to staff with a response from her employer. She quoted her employer as stating, "The position you were hired for did not require a license, so we would not have asked for that information during the application process." Ms. McFarland has completed the CE required by her consent agreement.
Okay, thank you. Just real quick before we get a statement from Ms. McFarland, are the other terms, so just, I understand what's the question here, are the other terms of the consent agreement being met?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McFarland, do you have a statement?
I just would like to say that I have been in compliance with my probation. I was employed with someone else previously, and I did supply them with the consent. I believe they did also send you a notification that they had received it. In this case, I did speak with them regarding it. They just said that they didn't have any record of it on file. So I have made it clear that this is part of my license right now, that the probation is part of my license, but I have not in any way intentionally tried to, not make anybody aware of the situation.
Okay, and your employer, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. McFarland, stated that they did not need to see the consent agreement because you were not performing in the capacity of a technician. Is that correct?
No, I am a technician. I believe the way I understood it was that the state board license was not required, just the PTCB. That was my understanding of it. There wasn't a whole lot of, there was a whole lot more information in the email other than what I sent you guys as far as what their response was.
Tell me what you do today. I'm a little bit confused. So,
I work remote. I work
real quick. Let me finish this real quick, and then I'll let you go. It says in here, one of the responses was the position you were hired for did not require a license. So then I asked you if you were a technician, if you were performing as a technician, and you stated you were. So I'm not quite sure. If you could help me understand that, Ms. McFarland, that would be helpful.
Okay, so I work for OptumRx remote, their mail service. So I work with rejected claims and, you know, helping people place mail orders through their mail order account and things like that. My understanding is that the position is a pharmacy technician position. And I do have my PTCB and the state license. So as far as I'm aware, I'm performing as a technician. But once again, my understanding is that the state board license was not necessary for them to have in order for me to be able to work remote from home doing, you know, doing what I do.
Do you know why that statement? Do you know why?
I don't know. And I can't say as. I'm sorry?
Who told you you didn't need a state license when working from home in Arizona?
Once again, I can pull up the email for you real quick. There was not a whole lot of information.
I'm just curious, Ms. McDermott. It sounds like to me you are working in the capacity of as a technician, and it sounds like your employer wasn't aware. But with that, I'll hand it over to the board members to ask any follow-up questions. Thank you for the clarification.
Mr. Leba, I was in the same vein of you in my questions. I don't think it matters what the business thought that we required. We know what was required in the consent agenda or consent agreement. So I was thinking a $250 failure to $250 fine for a failure to furnish the consent agreement and the change of employment.
Okay.
And you, Ms. McFarland, as Mr. Leba stated, you do need a license if you're going to work as a technician.
Okay.
Is that a
Ms. Galvin,
motion?
I see you try to get clarification on something.
Yes, is this a disciplinary civil penalty or non-disciplinary civil penalty?
I could go either way. She already has discipline. I don't feel strongly either way, but I guess we can make it non-disciplinary. I don't know. I don't know. I guess it is related to a discipline and it wasn't followed. So I guess it would be disciplinary.
That would also constitute a violation of her consent agreement, would it not?
Yes, it would.
And it's a total of, I'm sorry, it's a total of $250 for the three offenses, or $250 each.
I was leaning towards 250 total.
And
Ms. Galvin, we only have, help me with this. We have one at hand. Am I right, or am I missing others? She disclosed.
She didn't furnish it to the employer and she didn't notify us of the change of employment. That's what I had written down. And Ms. Galvin said also she violated her consent agreement.
And
If I may, she did update her employment history in her profile. That's how we discovered the issue.
She did.
Was she to notify the board though?
That constitutes notifying the board.
Oh, okay, okay.
So
All right,
now we
thank
just have the one
you. Violation.
there. Yes, and it's tied to a consent. I'd be in favor of non-disciplinary for this.
Because it's on a disciplinary action, that's what I was debating. I thought maybe it had to be discipline.
I would support non-disciplinary as long as that is allowed.
Would that be appropriate, Ms. Galvin? Whichever, because it's upon a discipline, would it need to be disciplinary?
I don't have the checklist in front of me about when a non-disciplinary order for civil penalty is issued. And I don't know if Cam or Jennifer has that readily available. And I don't believe the checklist entails or accounts for a situation where it's it may be administrative because she didn't furnish it to an employer, but that's also a violation of her consent agreement. I think it would be within your authority to offer a consent agreement for a violation of to offer this consent agreement for $250, have it disciplinary for failure to notify the employer and for violating her consent agreement. I think having that as a disciplinary action would be within your authority. And until it's paid, if she doesn't pay it or refuses to enter into that consent agreement, then her application for renewal would be denied. And her renewal doesn't issue until it's paid.
This is Jennifer for reference for the board members. The checklist is on page 24 of the board book.
So it doesn't really address failing to notify an employer about a consent agreement or a violation of a consent agreement. So that suggests to me that this would be more appropriate as a disciplinary action.
No. Okay, Ms. Snare?
Sure. I'll make a motion to
offer a consent agreement.
Offer a consent agreement for a $250 civil penalty due to not furnishing the employer the information needed from following her consent agreement and for failing to comply with her consent agreement. And once it's paid, then renewal will be approved.
And if she doesn't sign the consent agreement, the application for renewal would be denied.
Yes, application for renewal will be denied if not paid. Thank you.
And 60 days to pay?
60 sounds like good. That sounds appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second and a roll call, please. Mr. Gandhi or Ms. Kionnebaum?
I'll go ahead and take care of the roll call. Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Ms. Lahan,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Ms. Snare.
Aye.
Thank you. Ayes have it.
Okay, one item for the executive director, deputy director, possibly to have a conversation with Optum. I think we're getting some conflicting information here. I don't know what level it is at this point, but I think a phone call would be good to reach out to that permit and talk to them about what we heard today and their response of not working as a technician. And that's my opinion. I'm not looking for any discipline or anything. It seems like there's a cloud of confusion with what a technician is termed and job code with Optum versus what their consideration of job code of technician is at Optum.
Mr. Leba, this is Jennifer. These conversations have been ongoing for some time now, so we'll continue to follow up.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr.
23.
President, she accidentally skipped me. I don't know if we need to do
Oh.
anything about that.
Ms. Davis, I apologize. Ms. Davis,
Aye.
thank you.
All right. Okay. 23F, Aaron John Frey. Is Aaron John Frey in the room?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Leba,
Yes.
I just want to let you know that we still have some agenda items in tab 16 to address. I'm not sure if you want to move forward in 23 or go back to 16.
It's up to you. Where would you recommend we pick up at?
You can go either way. It's your decision.
Okay. Let's go back. I must have jumped, and I do apologize again for that. Let's go to 16A. Do I have Apothecare Pharmacy LLC present?
Yes, it's John Walker.
Okay, Mr. Walker, welcome to the meeting. What is your position?
I am the CEO.
Okay. All right, Mr. Walker, welcome to the meeting. And Ms. Sutcliffe, could you give a brief summary of the application in front of us?
Yes, good morning. This is Sandy. This particular pharmacy had an inspection in August of 2019 with Massachusetts and the DEA. As a result of that inspection, there was a DEA MOU that was issued in March of 2020 for a period of 3 years. There was also a consent in Massachusetts from June of 2020 with a reprimand. And the results of that inspection were controlled substance inventory discrepancies, inadequate controlled substance destruction, incorrect counts on Schedule 5 controls, controlled substances that were refilled more than 5 times. There was an audit that was done at the time that showed a number of shortages, several thousands of some controlled substances and some overages as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Walker, would you like to make a statement?
Sure. The inspection itself and everything around it predates me. I arrived here in December of 2019. The individuals that were involved, the manager of record, the CEO, they were all terminated as a result of this this investigation. We have addressed each and every item in there immediately and have been inspected at least 4 times, I think 3 times by the Board of Pharmacy since then with no discrepancies whatsoever. We've got a new manager record in place who's been in place since we've had 2 since 2020. This is a tight ship. We've had no issues whatsoever since then, and like I said, we've addressed everything in the MOU.
Okay, thank you. Board members? Mr. Walker, the MOU required quarterly controlled substance inventories. Have you been compliant with that?
What we're inventorying monthly, and we also put all of the items in there that were had a discrepancy. They were using them in an automated equipment. We pulled all the controlled drugs. So the day I got here, out of all the automated equipment, and they're all on a perpetual. So even the C4s, such as clonazepam and a few of the other items, we're doing a perpetual, and we do a reconciliation physical count every 10 days as required by Massachusetts.
Okay. And so what inspection is in the board book, Ms. Kionavong? Is that the inspection from Massachusetts, or what inspection are we looking at here?
Yeah, so this is a home state inspection, Mr. Leba. Let me get back there.
It's in Michigan.
The home state inspection that was requested. And it's, get to a page here.
2837, is that where it
Thank
starts?
you. Yeah, it is from Massachusetts. It's from December 9th, 2021.
Is that the last inspection, Mr. Walker?
Unfortunately, it's not the last, because they were here yesterday, and we'll get the report. They come in annually in December. So I talked to the inspector. He said we'd have the report sometime later today. They don't leave a report behind. They go back to the office and enter it into their system. So I'm more than happy to forward it to you. We had they do two separate inspections. They do one of if you do any type of compounding, and we do simple non-sterile compounding. So they did the non-sterile one last week, and they're doing the they came in yesterday and did the rest of the pharmacy.
How'd it go?
Went fine. We're not aware of any issues, but I'm more than happy to email it to you as soon as I get it today.
Okay, thank you. I think that would be appropriate. Also, are you on, is the permit on probation of any type?
No.
It's just under the MOU with DEA.
Right, in the consent agreement with Massachusetts. And there's a consent, we are licensed in multiple states, and Illinois required us to sign a consent agreement, which was basically acknowledging the one from Massachusetts. It's nothing new. It's part of their process.
Okay, and the consent agreement, again, has no terms of probation listed on it?
It does not.
Okay. Okay, board members, just looking at it, my opinion would be to receive the last board inspection that was done yesterday. Let the ED and DD take a look at that, see if there were any violations that need to be brought forward to the board. If it's satisfactory, then to move forward with the permit application.
I would second that. I would second that.
I'll kick that off for board member questions.
Should I email it to the individual that I got the email about the meeting itself? Would that be the appropriate person? What's the best way to get it to you?
Mr. Walker, you can email it to the person who emailed you about the meeting.
Fine, perfect.
Board members, any concerns, questions with what you've heard so far?
No, it sounds like they have appropriate controls in place and have made a lot of changes that are positive.
Okay. I'd make a motion to approve pending the analysis of the last board inspection noted in open session here by the executive director, deputy director. If there's any violations or unsatisfactory, to bring forward back to the board.
Second.
Perfect. I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. 16B, board staff, to continue with where we're at.
That would be fine, Mr. Chair, if it's fine with you.
Make sure I'm not taking out of order our time spots, anything like that. Thank you. 16 B and 16C, I believe, are together. Board staff, can you just confirm that? Is it different permits, but yeah, different permits, but it is the same type of situation that we're looking at. If I could get first recognition if Panther RX Specialty Pharmacy is present.
We are here. This is Rob Snyder. I'm the CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. And Mr. Wagner, could you give a brief description of B and C, and then we'll go to a comment by Mr. Snyder and then questions by the board.
Yes, Mr. President. During the substantive review of these two permit applications, a review of their website found several disease state enrollment forms that include the pharmacy name and phone number and fax number that would be in violation of ARS 1901.01 B25 as well as R23404.
Okay, thank you. And the two different permits, Mr. Wagner, are they sharing the same website?
That's correct.
Okay, so in essence, it's the same for the permits, even though they're different permit numbers, the same referral forms with the company name is listed with company contact on the referral form.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Snyder, knowing the regulation in Arizona, that's not allowed, I'd like you to make a statement.
Sure. Again, I apologize. We had these forms posted on our website. We dispense medications for primarily rare disease patients across the United States. These were more for just traditional specialty therapies that we service here regionally in Pennsylvania. Immediately being made aware of this requirement with the Board of Pharmacy in Arizona. We just pulled down all enrollment forms from our website. We put in operational changes to refuse any referrals that may come in on these from any Arizona patients and require the physician to write one that doesn't bear our name on it. So the all enrollment forms are down. Our legal counsel, Michael Hess from Bassbury, is on the line. We've conferred with Roger Norris at Corals and Brady just of this requirement, and you know, we've made the changes on the website, and we don't intend to place them back in that manner again.
Okay, thank you. Board members? Board members, I would recommend that we allow to move forward with 16B and C upon board staff verifying that the forms are not up and Mr. Snyder's testimony on record saying that they will not be used in the state of Arizona.
Mr. Lave, I was leaning towards a letter of concern.
So we have a permit, we have a pharmacy.
It's not a complaint. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Was there another, Ms. Davis, were you making a statement?
I just was agreeing with you. I moved to approve the renewal of the permit, you know, upon verification that the forms are not available on the website that bear the pharmacy's name.
Thank you. Okay, I have a motion, and do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Thorwald. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, Mr. Snyder, you're not valid just yet. You're on the road to it. As long as we can vet out the items that you have stated here on record today, and board staff will be in contact with you.
Okay, so just to confirm, we don't need to do anything. Just wait for you guys to confirm, and they'll reach out to us.
Yes, and I'll defer to Ms. Kionavong if she's got anything else.
No, nothing else.
Okay.
All right.
Before we start,
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Before we start 16D, let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back and pick up with 16D. 5 minutes. Thank you. right, team, welcome back. Board staff, I ask for a roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Leba,
Present.
Mr. Dang,
Present.
Ms. Davis,
President.
Ms. Lehan,
Present.
Ms. Walmsley, not present, Mr. Tong,
I'm present.
Mr. Thorwald,
Here,
Ms. Nair.
Here,
All accounted for, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Looking at 16D, Optum RX doing business as Optum RX. Do I have representative with Optum RX present?
Hi, yes, this is Elke Liu. I'm the pharmacist in charge in Costa Mesa, California.
Hey, welcome to the meeting. Board staff, Mr. Wagner, would you mind giving a brief summary of the case?
This one will be brief. This is similar to the previous two permit applications. And looking on the website for Optum RX, there was a enrollment form that has the Optum RX name, fax number for a prescriber to use as a prescription in violation of the statute and rule previously stated.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Would you like to make a statement from Optum?
Yes, so we have modified our forms to be in compliance with Arizona regulations. We have added verbiage that it is not valid for Arizona, and the forms have been updated. They're being uploaded to the website. It should take about 24 to 48 hours to see the updated forms, but we've been working really closely with licensing and other teams to get that modified as soon as possible.
So it's not done yet. Is that correct?
It's being uploaded to the servers. So it's just a matter of 24 to 48 hours is what I'm told before it, is completely uploaded.
Okay, then Mr. Hargraves, can you comment, does that satisfy our rules? It's still going to be up is what I heard. It'll just say a disclaimer, not valid in Arizona.
Yes, that is correct.
What will
it
you
would
do
be at
if,
the top of the form.
what will you do if you get that form used and issued by a prescriber clinician sent for an Arizona person?
So those will not be accepted as valid.
What will you do?
Oh, you mean if we were to receive it? Well, we would have to alert the member or the physician, depending on who was using it, and let them know that we cannot accept it.
Okay.
It seems that would be in compliance.
Okay, board members, do you have questions? Okay, I would make a motion to approve upon confirmation that the referral form has been modified as we've heard here today.
Mr. Leba,
Yes.
this is Jennifer. If I can just bring a matter to the board's attention on page 2926 of the board book. This is an attestation that Optum Infusion Services signed at the board's request at its June 2021 meeting for the same issue. And in this attestation, Optum Infusion Services indicated that the pharmacy will not accept any branded prescription order referral forms as a valid prescription for use by an Arizona practitioner or for patients residing in Arizona. So again, this matter was addressed about 1.5 years ago. I did reach out to an individual at Optum to inquire about the relationship between Optum RX Incorporated, who's here today, and Optum Infusion Services. And the response I received is that Optum Infusion Services is an affiliate of Optum RX. That response is on page 2927. So I just want to make you aware of this information.
I'll withdraw my motion. Board members?
can we get here a comment on that? Just
Yes, Ms. Lee, would you like to make a comment on that? Would you like to make a comment on this previously being addressed? And this was in 2021.
Are you addressing me?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we're not part of Optum Infusion, but I do believe we are affiliated. So I was made aware by the licensing team that they did sign an attestation, and we did look into, I guess, Mr. Wagner's declaration that they saw, that these forms were up online. So we are addressing them right now. I can't speak to. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I can't really speak to what occurred in 2021. We are recently applying for a license for Arizona, for California, and we don't have any infusion department in our building. So I'm not familiar with what happened in 2021. However, the licensing team has made mention that, this has been brought up in the past, and we're addressing it in our home delivery sector for the prescriptions that we have.
So just to confirm, you are a separate entity under the Optum umbrella.
We're affiliated, but we don't do infusion services. I don't know if that helps.
And then Ms. Kionavong, are these separate, different permits? Can you answer that? The permit we are here today is Y009374. What permit was that tied to, the attestation?
Multiple permits and all multiple permits, and then as the attestation states, as well as those that may become permitted in Arizona in the future.
Okay.
Was it the same form? Just curious.
Ms. Nair, can you clarify your question, please?
Were they using the same form that was found in this inspection?
I'm not. Oh, I apologize. I'm not familiar with the infusion forms.
Here's the deal though, and legal counsel may need to correct me. When you're looking at page 2926, the permit at hand here is not mentioned under the permit number that this attestation was pertinent to. So I feel like we have two different things, although the company probably should have looked into it across the board. We have different permits underneath Optum. Mr. Hargraves, would you agree with that, or do you have a different spin, different interpretation of that?
I would agree with that.
Agreed.
So I think today, team, we're looking at them removing this, making the clarifications that they said. It was good discussion, but I do think once that is done and confirmed, then we can move forward with this non-resident pharmacy permit application.
Mr. President, if I may, I checked their website just now and the new form is loaded with a statement that says this is not a valid prescription in Arizona.
Okay. Any questions, board members? Okay, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time today.
All right. I'm just making sure 22 is vacant. Back to tab 23. We left off at 23F, is that correct?
We still need to do 23A, Mr. Chair.
The 23A was a continuance was requested for the associated complaint by the respondents council. 23A is his renewal application.
Perfect. Thank you.
23F Aaron John Frey. Is Aaron John Frey in the room? Okay, Ms. Mitchell, could you give a brief summary of the case, and we'll see if the board members want to move forward or if they want to do something different.
All right.
Oh. Did he join? It looks like we might have possibly.
Sorry, can you hear me?
I see the name Frey.
Yeah, this is Aaron Frey.
Okay, Mr. Frey, thank you for joining the meeting. Board staff, could you give a summary of the application in front of us?
Certainly. Aaron John Frey applied for the renewal of his license on October 9th, 2022. On his renewal application, Mr. Frey disclosed 2 DUI charges, one from June 2022 and one from July 2022. According to public access, Mr. Frey was charged with 2 counts of aggravated DUI after his June 11th, 2022 arrest. Those charges were recently dismissed in Pima County Superior Court. Mr. Frey was charged with DUI after his July 25th, 22 arrest, and that charge is pending in Green Valley Justice Court.
Mr. Frey, would you like to make a comment?
No, I don't think there's a whole lot I can say about it. I have counseling to appoint an attorney.
Mr. Frey, literally nothing's coming through that you're saying except some jumbled static and sounds like commotion. Is there a way that you can make it more clear or get in a quiet place?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Mr. Frey, we can't hear you at all. So I think it's your connection. I'm going to go to the next case and I will come back to you before we break. 23G. In that time, Mr. Frey, if you could find yourself a secure, quiet line so we can hear what you have to say if it pertains to the case today. In the meantime, if you would mute yourself because we're still hearing all of that noise in the background. 23G, Taylor Jean Ashley. Miss Ashley, are you in the room?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Would you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Taylor Ashley.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kennelbaum, could you give a summary of the case, please?
Yes, certainly. Ms. Ashley has the renewal application before the board today. She is currently on probation with this board pursuant to a different matter. The renewal is before the board today due to a couple of issues. The first is that Ms. Ashley has not complied with certain terms of her consent agreement for probation. The first matter is that within 10 days of the effective date of her consent agreement, she was to provide her a provider with a copy of her consent agreement and then notify the board of the name and contact information for that provider. That was done, but it was done untimely and it was only provided after board staff requested that information. Secondly, Ms. Ashley has a second provider to that she has to establish with per the terms of her consent agreement. That information was also to be provided to board staff so that that provider could be approved. Board staff came to learn that a provider was selected and therefore staff did not have the opportunity to review and approve that provider. Finally, staff were made aware on November 4th that Ms. Ashley was suspended from her employment pending an internal investigation by her employer. that regarded some fewer set prescriptions that she allegedly filled for herself. According to her employer, a fewer set prescription was filled 5 times between September 22nd and October 30th for a total of 479 tablets. Board staff did request Ms. Ashley provide an explanation of what led to this suspension. That explanation is in the board's files, but in essence, she acknowledged that it was in regard to filling this prescription. And then on November 16th, Ms. Ashley informed board staff that her employer had terminated her employment. So the employer did provide an investigative file. They did provide information with regards to these prescriptions that were filled. They verified the timeframes and the quantities. They also indicated that Ms. Ashley had given herself or administered herself immunizations by using a mirror. So that allegedly occurred. I think that's pretty much it for now. I think that sums it up for now, but if there are any other questions, I'm happy to address them.
Okay, I thought I heard you say suspension. Were you talking about suspension with her employee or
Her
with the board?
her employer. She's on probation with this board. Her employer suspended her and then ultimately ended her employment, separated her employment.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ashley, would you like to respond to that? Quite a few different items that we had included in the probation that were not fulfilled, and then now the new issues upon the license that's before us for application. So I'd like to ask you to comment on those the best that you can, please.
Yeah, so with the untimely reporting of the psychiatrist, I don't really have any good answer for that. It was just more of a simple answer of, I honestly forgot. It slipped my mind. I don't want to make excuses for that. I just simply forgot. And then with the therapist that I had made 2 appointments with prior to telling the board or asking the board if they were approved for me to see. It's in the same, or they're in the same office as my psychiatrist. And my psychiatrist had recommended that therapist prior to the consent agreement, saying that I needed to seek therapy for at least 6 months. So I had heard that with therapy, because I'm new to therapy, that usually people go through a few therapists before they find the right fit. And so with that first appointment, I kept my appointment just to see if it was a good fit. And then with the second appointment, I was just kind of verifying. And then after that second appointment is when I reached out to the board to let them know of the therapist that I had been seeing. And that's why I saw them prior, because I didn't want to stay with someone that I knew was board approved, but it didn't work for me. So that's why my explanation for that one. And then with the Fiora set, so my migraines have been getting significantly worse within the last few months. And the reason I had to fill it, I was taking close to the max daily dose, so like the 6 tablets of that prescription, almost 5 to 6 times a week. And so now I'm seeing a neurologist, and I'm not on Fiora anymore. We're trying out Nurtec. And
Mr. Chair, can I interrupt? Is this a matter that may need to be discussed in a private session?
That's up to Ms. Ashley.
I'm fine with it.
Okay, you do not have to disclose your personal information.
Okay. So I am seeing a neurologist now. So I'm getting that. Whatever my issue was with the migraines, I am seeking to eliminate those issues with seeing a neurologist. So I've escalated my therapy.
So, essentially, your statement that you were taking up to 6 tablets a day, multiple times, still doesn't equate to the number in that day period of time.
I was
almost tripled.
I was I don't know, I was concerned that I was going to run out, and I had noticed with that pharmacy I was working at that they continually had issues with that supply of that medication. So I didn't want to take it away from people who were also filling that script. So when I saw that there were a larger quantity on the shelf, that's when I decided to fill it. Also because I didn't want to run out, and also I didn't want to take it away from other patients when we were low. So that's my reasoning for that.
Can you comment on how the prescription was obtained for that?
Yeah, so it was called in. I can't remember if it was a voicemail or someone over the phone calling it in verbally, but it was called in when I was working. Normally at that pharmacy, there's only one pharmacist there. There's usually maybe an hour of overlap once a week. And it was called in the day that I was working, and I took that and I had another technician type it in. I never dispensed it or released it, but it was called in the day I was working.
You didn't fill the prescription? I thought you were the only pharmacist there.
Well, I meant dispense it, so I didn't count it out or anything. I never touched that part of it. But I gave the
Who verified it?
Verified it with another pharmacist. Is that what you're?
Did you, so a technician filled it. Did you
Yes.
verify the final check?
Yes.
And the person who called it in, was it your mom?
No.
She just worked in the office?
Yes.
Are you working today?
No, so I was waiting for this meeting to make sure that everything was in the clear before I started with another employer, because I wanted to have everything in a row before I started with anything new. So I'm currently not.
Mr. President, Ms. Ashley, your consent agreement that you previously signed in October was also related to drug-related.
Yeah, positive drug screen.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I have a comment I'd like to make.
Go ahead.
When I was much younger, in my 20s, for many years, I suffered from severe cluster migraines and other types. And I took a lot of medication for those and lost a lot of time. But my real point here is that it affected how clearly I thought and how I was able to act and interact with others and do things. And that gives me a concern about a person's ability to perform their duties effectively, especially in a pharmacy environment.
Yeah, understood. I think knowing what we have before us, I don't feel like, I know there's struggles and there's a journey that everybody's on and that has its own challenges, but I don't feel like Ms. Ashley has demonstrated to us that she's able to be regulated where we need her to be, and I'm concerned about that. I think at minimum, I would like to see an interim order for a substance use evaluation and a fitness for duty from an approved board provider at minimum.
I did see one. Sorry, I did see one in July. I had that done.
Yeah, I'll get to that, Ms. Ashley. And I think starting the terms of the probation over or doing something more extreme is warranted in this case. I also have a question for board staff. Do we have an open complaint on the quantity dispensed and the termination from the past employer?
Mr. Leba, we do not. This matter is relatively recent, and with the renewal, we wanted to put it before the board members to consider everything together. There's not currently an open complaint.
Okay, so I'll open it up for Todd, but I would think an interim suspension with a SUE and fitness for duty and opening a complaint based off of the termination from the past employer.
Mhm.
I would support
I would
that.
support that. Me as well.
So this would be a consent agreement at this time for a suspension pending Ms. Ashley undergoing a substance use evaluation and a fitness for duty evaluation.
Yes, and opening a complaint on the velocity of what the prescription was filled and termination from the employer.
And then if she declines to enter into that interim consent agreement, would it be referred to formal hearing?
Yes. And if there's no other discussion, I'll make that my motion.
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Thorwald. We'll do a roll call, please.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Lahan,
Aye.
Ms. Wamsley's not present. Mr. Tom,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ashley. Board staff will be in contact with you.
Okay, thank you.
23H, we have Aon Pharmacy. We have a representative present with Aon Pharmacy.
Yes, hi, my name is Douglas Braun. I'm the Senior Pharmacy Director here for Aon Pharmacy.
Thank you. Ms. Kionavong or board staff, could you give a summary of the case, and then we'll go back to Mr. Braun for a statement and then board questions.
Sure, this is Jennifer. This is a renewal application before the board for consideration. On June 9th of this year, the California Board of Pharmacy denied this pharmacy's change of ownership and change of location application, and they terminated its temporary license based upon a Dr. Vipul Patel's failure to disclose his California physician and surgeon license on the application. On its renewal application, this pharmacy indicated that Vipul Patel is the owner of American Oncology Partners, which is the sole owner of this pharmacy. At the time of initial application with this board in 2018, the permit holder indicated that AON Pharmacy is a wholly owned subsidiary of American Oncology Partners, and American Oncology Partners is the sole owner of AON Pharmacy, with Lucio Gordon as the sole owner, shareholder, and director of American Oncology Partners. So I think for starters, there is some questions about the ownership. Secondly, AON Pharmacy underwent a VPP inspection on July 8th, 2019. The inspection notes that the pharmacy only accepts prescriptions from community oncology clinics that are part of American Oncology Network, which can use this facility. The report also indicates that according to the PIC, the pharmacy has been in operation since June of 2018. The facility is a specialty pharmacy specializing in oncology drugs, and it is part of a network, the American Oncology Network, which includes the pharmacy as a preferred provider for prescribers' patients. According to the PIC, patients still have the ability to choose another pharmacy if they wish. That is the information that we have at this time. And Mr. Leib, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Kionavong. Mr. Braun, would you like to make a statement?
Sure. So yeah, we opened in the summer of 2018, and we have, like Jennifer mentioned, we are owned by American Oncology Partners, PA, and there was a change of ownership back in 2021 of American Oncology Partners. It was originally owned by Lucio Gordon. That ownership was changed to Vipul Patel, and the change of ownership information was sent to the Board of Pharmacy at that time. All 50. We have permits in all 50 states. We are located here in Florida. So Vipul Patel, who owns American Oncology Partners, is a medical doctor. He is not a prescribing physician for any of our patients. We're a medically integrated pharmacy for our clinics. We service patients across the country in oncology, community oncology practices across the country. So Vipul Patel is not one of those doctors. He does not prescribe prescriptions to Aon Pharmacy. At some point during the renewal cycle, he applied for and obtained a California physician license that we were not aware of. So when we submitted the application for renewal for California, it got kicked back because it was noted that he was a California prescriber. We contacted the board and said we weren't aware. If he relinquishes his permit, because he doesn't practice there, if he relinquishes his permit, can we continue to apply? And they said yes. So Vipul Patel subsequently relinquished his California physician permit, and we sent in our application. They said that they would approve that. As soon as we sent in, they approved our application, they would reinstitute our license. So we are waiting for the California Board of Pharmacy to continue to review our renewal application. And we just got it kicked back a couple of weeks ago because it was something about the font size, California specific font size on the labeling. So we resubmitted a new labeling, adjusted labeling for them, and we're just waiting for the approval so that we will be re-permitted back again in California.
Gotcha. Help me with this one. Dr. Patel is the owner, is that correct?
At the grandparent level, correct.
Okay, and at the grandparent level, what influence does he have, whether he's a prescriber or not, over your operation? So my question is, does he have the ability to funnel prescriptions through his position as owner at the grandparent level to you at your shop where you're at?
No, he is contractually obligated to not prescribe any prescriptions or influence prescriptions being prescribed by any of our physicians to the pharmacy.
So he doesn't prescribe, and then he's contractually obligated not to have his direct reports that work for him prescribed to the pharmacy.
Yeah, through Dr. Patel. Yeah, correct. He is the grandparent level owner. He cannot prescribe for any patients, any Aon Pharmacy patients.
Can he direct the other physicians to funnel the prescriptions to the pharmacy, not under his name, but because he is the owner?
No, we don't. We've been running the pharmacy now, here for 4 years, but I've been a pharmacist for 31 years, and we understand patient choice. We don't allow any steering of prescriptions to any one particular pharmacy. We are medically integrated, so we have, options that are available to us as a specialty pharmacy that aren't to others, like access to the EMR and, services we can provide, like assisting with prior authorizations, patient assistance, and that kind of stuff. But it's always up to the patient where they want to get their prescription filled, whether it's through us or any other specialty pharmacy.
I'd like to ask a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Are the patients directed to your pharmacy, or are they told that they can go to any pharmacy? How is that notification given to them when the prescription is provided to them?
When the patient is in the provider's office, they are instructed by the physician or the nurse or one of their associates that they can use any pharmacy they wish. Where would they like the prescription to go? Whether it's to us or to any other specialty pharmacy, it's the patient's choice.
Just curious, what type of physician is Dr. Patel? Is he an oncologist?
He is an oncologist, correct. But he is not part of the American Oncology Network of providers that actually prescribe medications to the Aon patients.
On the VPP inspection, besides the font size of the label, was there anything else noted?
Nope.
Board members?
I'll make a motion to approve the permit.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and I have a second. Any other conversation before vote?
I would like to ask another question related to the motion.
Sure.
Could we get a copy of the last communication from California, just to confirm that was the only issue, and have the motion? As long as that is as stated, then go ahead with the motion.
Sure. Yep. I could send that out. I could forward that along to the board. Absolutely.
I'd be glad to add that to my motion.
So just help me clear this out. Where does it stand with the California board?
We submitted this a sample copy of the label to them. We're just waiting on a response. They are not the timeliness of boards to get things moving. So we're just awaiting approval from them.
Is that your intention, is to see that on the label, Mr. Thorwald?
I just wanted to see the email or communication from the California to them saying that was the only problem.
Sure, we could send you a long copy of that email. That's fine.
Okay.
And just making the motion contingent upon that being as stated. That's all.
Do we typically get an attestation when there's a physician that is able to prescribe that is choosing not to because of their position?
I don't think the individual has a license. Is that correct, Mr. Braun?
Only in Florida. Yeah.
So he doesn't have a license in California or Arizona.
Correct.
This is Jennifer. If I can direct your attention to page 3286. These are the factual allegations and the causes for denial of the application in California. I'm not sure, Mr. Thorwald, if this answers any outstanding questions that you might have.
So basically, it's already done is kind of what we're looking at. That's why I asked the question about the label. So this is the actual allegation.
I'm fine. I overlooked that.
Mr. Chair, just one more comment. It may not be a bad idea to get that attestation since he is licensed in Florida. He can prescribe. Prescriptions move across straight lines all the time, so.
Okay, so I will restate my motion and amend it. Make a motion to approve the permit and ask for an attestation from Dr. Patel about not prescribing.
Absolutely, we can get that for you.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to 23J, Hollandale Pharmacy. Do I have a representative from Hollandale Pharmacy?
That is for tomorrow, Mr. Chair.
For tomorrow, okay. Is 23K?
The rest of the agenda on 23 is scheduled for tomorrow.
Okay. How about 24A, Ferris Abed Bode? Okay, could you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Faris Budak.
Faris Budak, okay. Thank you for joining the meeting today. Ms. Kilnavan, could you tell us a little bit about what's before us?
Certainly. So at its meeting in October, the board considered Mr. Bodog's intern application. After consideration, the board issued an interim order for substance use evaluation. The results of that evaluation and his intern application are being presented back to you today for consideration.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Bodog, would you like to make a statement?
Yes, please. So I had two previous DUIs, which it was very big mistakes in my life. And my second one was just like a little over a year ago. And that impacted my life a lot. And since then, I have changed so many behaviors. I think so many times of anything I do. And one important thing I learned is to just say no. If someone offers me a drink, I don't want it, then it's just I don't want it. And for both cases, I have paid all the fines and did all the legal requirements. And I've started Midwestern University with a pharmacy program, and I have been doing successful on my classes, and I'm on my third quarter.
Okay, thank you for that. Board members?
I believe hearing from Mr. Bodog today, and according to the evaluation, that we should approve this application.
I agree.
I also agree.
I'll make that my motion is to approve.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, thank you for your time today. It's been approved.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I want to break here for lunch and reconvene at 1 o'clock, unless board staff directs me that there's any time sensitive information that we need to process before.
No, Mr. Chair, I think we're in good shape right now. It's good time.
Okay, thank you. We'll break for lunch and reconvene at 1 p.m. All right, welcome back everyone from lunch. It is 1 o'clock sharp and we'll go ahead and get started. Board staff, will you take a roll call, please?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Mr. Leyva,
Present.
Mr. Dang,
I'm here.
Ms. Davis,
Present.
Ms. Lehan,
Present.
Ms. Walmsley, still not present. Mr. Tong,
Present.
Mr. Thorwald,
Present.
Ms. Snare.
Here.
All accounted for except for Ms. Walmsley, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Jennifer, picking up at 23J, is that what you have?
Mr. Chair, we, if you'd like, we can, 23J is scheduled for tomorrow. If you'd like, we can return to 23F, Mr. Frey.
23F. Okay. Remind me, is 23K through P tomorrow?
23J through P is tomorrow,
Okay.
scheduled for tomorrow.
Okay. 23F, Aaron John Frey. Mr. Frey, hopefully gave you some time to get your line where we can hear you.
Yeah, are you able to hear me this time?
Perfect, thank you.
Sorry
All
about that.
right, that's okay. So, Ms. Mitchell, if you would, could you give us a summary of the case, and then Mr. Frey will ask you if you want to make a statement.
Okay, Aaron Frey applied for the renewal of his license on October 9th, 2022. On his renewal application, Mr. Frey disclosed 2 DUI charges, one from June 2022 and one from July 2022. Mr. Frey was charged with 2 counts of aggravated DUI after his June 11, 2022 arrest. Those charges were recently dismissed in Pima Superior Court. Mr. Frey was charged with DUI after his July 25th, 2022 arrest, and that charge is pending in Green Valley Justice Court.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Frey, would you like to make a comment?
Nothing to really add, just that I've been working very closely with legal counsel and trying to navigate everything. And I've just kind of been following their advice and trying to make sense of everything.
Okay. And so what we have before us is a renewal application. You've had 2 incidents in the last 5 years, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Board members, if we look at that historically, it's a substance use evaluation by a preferred provider, and then we go from there. But I'll open it up to conversation.
I agree with you. I think we should follow what we've done in the past. Our grade is appropriate in this case.
Okay.
It will remind you the June charges were dismissed.
Ms. Calvin, did he have to do any program to get those dismissed, or were they just?
Let me look.
Mr. Frey, were you initially arrested for 2 DUIs? Is that what took place?
So I believe the initial situation was a aggravated DUI, but it's a little confusing because my license should not have been suspended at the time. And then the second case would have been a misdemeanor DUI, like a separate event.
But both of them were for driving under the influence, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You mentioned that your license were not held up.
Yeah, there was some, I'm not quite sure what happened, but I had changed addresses and I think something happened ADOT and they gave me like a notice of suspension, but I was not aware of it at the time.
Oh, so you were driving with a suspended license but didn't know it.
Yeah, that is correct.
Why was your license suspended?
There was a prior incident about 3 years ago, but nothing ever came of it, and I'm not entirely sure why it ended up getting suspended, because I worked with my private attorney and everything got overturned. And
What was that
the
prior?
incident? I'm sorry.
sorry.
What was this
What was that?
incident of 3 years ago?
It was another suspected DUI, but like I said, nothing ever came of it. I'm not entirely sure.
Were you driving under the influence?
At the time, no. I was having a panic episode, and I appeared intoxicated, but I don't think they ever pursued anything.
You said at the time, were you previously under the influence before you were driving or after?
No.
Were any of those incidents brought to the attention of the board?
So the original one, since nothing ever came of it, there was nothing to report. There were never any charges placed against me. The two that are in question, I did not realize that I needed to report, which was an oversight on my end, but.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Nair, were you about to make a motion?
Seeing if Ms. Galvin is satisfied with what she's heard, I would make a motion for a substance use evaluation.
I second that.
I'd agree with that as well. Okay, Ms. Nair, is that your motion?
That is my motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
I second that, Mr. President.
Second. Do I need a roll call?
You do not. His application then will be tabled. His expiration date will be extended until the board receives the evaluation and then makes a determination.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you for your time today, Mr. Frey.
Thank you.
Okay, Jennifer, where would you like me next? Do you want to do conferences or what would you?
Well, Mr. Leyva, if it pleases the board, 13A sleep apnea solutions, I believe Jerry Thomas is on the line. I know the board addressed this application earlier today, but if they wish to speak with him, it appears he is on the Zoom call.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to 13A, sleep apnea solutions, resident relocation applications. And if I could have the representative for sleep apnea solutions, state your name and position for the record, please. We have sleep apnea solutions.
I see Mr. Thomas on the call. We can try to reach out to him.
Mr. Thomas, are you on mute? Okay, where to next, Jennifer?
Okay. We are at 27A, Mr. Leyva.
All right, thank you. 27A, action on previous action, 21-0671. A follow-up inspection was performed after board request for further investigation. Ms. Hess, if I could get you to give a brief summary of this, and then we'll see if the representatives for Red Rock Pharmacy would like to make a comment.
Absolutely. This complaint was put forward to the board for consideration at the June meeting. It was determined that further investigation may be warranted after issuing a cease and desist for the pharmacy who was repackaging and relabeling. Myself and Officer Hyber conducted a follow-up inspection on August 17th. During that inspection, 2 violations were issued as well as several needs improvements. One of the violations was for a positive variance of tramadol of 1,646 tablets, to which Ms. Wang replied that she forgot to count the tramadol as it was in a fast mover location. The second violation that we issued was for a technician trainee performing sterile compounding, and I believe there are 10 prescription numbers listed. And her response to that violation was she was not aware that technician trainee could not compound. And there are several needs improvements that we issued as well, but we did notice that the relabeling and repackaging behavior had stopped.
And that was, board members, on page 4429. That was the original complaint that had the follow-up request for reinspection. Ms. Kyonovong or board staff, did at that time where we issued the reinspection, was there anything else ordered? Was it just reinspection?
Well, what was determined was further investigation. So in order to do that, we did the inspection.
Okay, thank you. So board members, we still need to address the previous complaint as well. Do I have a representative from Red Rock Pharmacy? Do I have anybody from Red Rock Pharmacy?
Looks like she's on mute.
Sorry, I'm muting myself.
Okay. Would you state your name for the record and position?
Yes, this is Shixian. My last name is Wang. I'm the pharmacist with Red Rock Pharmacy.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to make a statement on the follow-up visit that the compliance officers conducted?
Yes. So before the complaints, I'm not aware in the state of Arizona we are not allowed to repack medication. So after our conference call, I went back and counted how many repacks I did. I did 7 repacks total. But after the board told me that's not allowed in the state of Arizona, I stopped doing it.
Okay. Just looking at the pictures of what was there, it looked like a whole lot more than 7 would come out of that. Can you comment on that? If it was 7, there was, the pictures and everything that was included on it to spur the reinvestigation were quite alarming with what was in the pharmacy. And you're telling me now only 7?
I think the repack is only 7 because for every repack, I took a picture of the original bottle. So I went back and counted every picture I took.
So board members, I'm referring to the pages in the board book that start on 4442 and continue. And it just, if there were 7, Shishing, when I would look at that, I would not suspect to see bags of over 100 of a medication, several of them. I wouldn't suspect to see totes upon totes in the pharmacy. I wouldn't expect to see all the bingo cards how they were. So it's hard for me to believe that after all of this and after that conference that you're coming forward now saying only 7 out of all of that. That's just my statement and my opinion. Ms. Hess, did you see something different when you were there versus 7?
I would absolutely say there's much more than 7. Referring back to those pictures, you can see several different pharmacies, vials or even bags of the individual. Excuse me?
I'm sorry, but I don't think those ones are the repack. I think those ones are the facilities they by accident sent it back to us and we just destroy it.
Anyway, on the shelf, there was several baggies that had loose pills. We have no idea where those pills came from. There was no documentation of that. I can only assume that some of these had to have come from repackages. We caught red-handed. The technician was punching out bingo cards that had were not complete. So there was quite a bit of activity occurring that was not compliant. I think these pictures tell the story. There is a picture on page, I can't get the page numbers up, but it's one of the first pictures. It's the room, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4 large trash bags just filled with returned medications. And these are the bags that they would go through and punch out the bingo cards. So that maybe they may not even have been from other pharmacies, but from her pharmacy as well, that never should have been put back on the shelf, returned to stock, so to speak.
It's page 444.
Thank you. Yeah, my page numbers are not displaying for some reason.
Mr. Sheen, are you positive it was 7?
I'm positive it's 7 if it's a repack, because for every repack, I took a picture of our original bottle. I think those pictures Miss Hess took is returns. We took it back from the facility because I was not aware of the returns in the state of Arizona. Like you can only return like the full cards.
Ms. Wang, it just seems to me there's an awful lot of pharmacy law in the state of Arizona that you're not familiar with. And as a PIC, it seems to me that you should be aware of these things. But yeah, even the ones that you're taking back from your facilities, from your pharmacy, if they're not full bingo cards and you can't guarantee how those were stored, you cannot redispense those.
Because in the state regulation, this is not contaminated. Since even it's not a full card, but I thought each individual unit, you can still say it's not contaminated. That's just my misunderstanding. I'm so sorry. And we stopped doing that.
Board members?
I mean, I can count more than 7 in here that look like they're repackaged just in the pictures. So I think that the practice is ceased, correct? There's not.
Yes, correct.
It's very alarming what was taking place. There's no way to secure the medications, potency, whether it's been, corroded. I don't know what's happened to it.
So, Mr. President, you're no longer receiving returns from the assisted livings or nursing homes wherever you're dispensing these bubble packs?
Well, we will still receive it back, but we just destroy for them. So basically, I punch everything out, and we have a medication waste management company. I just pick it up.
And we confirmed that, Ms. Davis, while we were for the second inspection. Our biggest concern, I think, the takeaway on that one was the pharmacy technicians performing sterile compounding, not just compounding, but sterile compounding. Trainees, that is not just technicians.
I agree that there's a good case to be assigning some law CE or some type of retraining in law.
Looking at the case, board members, and looking at the original complaint and what the work the compliance officers did in the follow-up, I would be in favor of a 1-year probation and ask for quarterly self-inspections to be submitted. $1,000 fine for the repackaging, $1,000 fine for taking back and reusing medications, and asking the AAG's office to make appropriate referral to an agency question in refilling previously dispensed medication. That would be just an item of start to talk amongst members of the board. And
I agree.
then
I'd like to
include the technician compounding as a concern in the consent as well. And I have no problem adding that CE on this snare, and maybe it's 6 hours of CE in pharmacy law.
You addressed exactly what I was thinking. Thank you.
What are I heard Mrs. Snare's thoughts, board members? What unless, Ms. Mayor, you have more board members, any other thoughts along the line of what you've heard?
I agree with your approach, Mr. President. Given the fact that she repackaged the medication without having the original bottle, I can't tell the lot number or the expiration date. So that is alarming. And that is a huge safety concerns, in my opinion.
So I'm so sorry, but every bottle I do repack, I do have a picture. I took a picture of every bottle, and when I repack it, in the direction, I have the original pharmacy who dispensed it. What's the prescription number as a low number?
Okay, so if you said that, then I'm looking at the photo on page 4446. I'm looking at 2 Ziploc bags, actually 3 Ziploc bags that has 3 different type of pills. I do not see any, nothing, just the pills with the little tiny label, and that's it. I don't see any information besides the name of the drug, and looks like there's NDC number.
Mr. Dang, I think maybe those might have been popped out as a return from the bubble packs returned from the nursing home instead of a repack.
Yeah, but that's
Some
like,
of them were, but some of them we have no idea where they came from
Mhm.
because they simply just have a label that says, like, there's one here with Chlorcon. It just says Chlorcom, M10 MEQ tablet ER and an NDC number. There's no beyond use date or expiration date, which technically it should be a beyond use date, not an expiration date, but we don't know where this came from. We don't know how it was stored. We don't know how long it's been sitting on this shelf. Nothing.
Mhm.
Mr. Leba, what was your comment about quarterly inspections?
I would like to see, because I'm concerned about the following the rules and regulations in Arizona, and I don't think that court staff needs to be the keeper of these, but quarterly inspections done by the PIC permit that are available upon request by the compliance officer for the 1 year of the probation. And we have self-compliance forms that they could use.
Okay.
But I'm not saying that the board has to be the keeper of that. What I'm in favor of is 1 year probation with the PIC responsible for keeping PIC/permit responsible for keeping proof of quarterly inspections, self-inspections on site available upon request, $1,000 fine for repackaging, $1,000 fine for taking back medications and rebilling. Into there the concern of the technician compounding and 6 hours of CE with standard terms. If not signed, move to hearing.
Because I agree with you, because of the concern about following the law, though, I would like maybe an additional inspection by our inspectors. If we're concerned about the ability to follow what's expected, self-regulating may or may not accomplish that.
Let's do and add a inspection after 6 months, but before a year time zone. So
I agree.
Months of time to.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Calvin?
The second item in which you suggested a $1,000 civil penalty for takebacks.
Yep, for taking back medications.
And did you include law CE or no?
Yes, 6 hours.
Okay.
Standard.
All right, thank you.
So we have taking back and we have repackaging 1,000
Yes.
each.
Yep, okay.
And I'll be looking for a second.
I'll second.
Okay, any other discussion before a vote?
Mr. Chairman, so on a different note, should we open a complaint against the technician trainee for participating in compounding without training? In my thought, I'm thinking of non-disciplinary CE, just to remind the technician that anytime when there's compounding activities involved, he or she needs to know that proper training must be completed.
I agree with that, Mr. Day.
So it's not in this complaint. I'll defer to legal counsel, but Ms. Hess, before we do that, since then, has the training taken place? When they responded to the violation, did they show a remedial action?
I'm sorry, are you referring to the two violations that were written at the follow-up?
Yep.
They didn't submit any remedial action. Her response was simply she was not aware of the law and that they have stopped doing that. But she
Gotcha.
didn't
So
submit any.
I guess I said it wrong though. So thinking about this, that's a trainee, not a certified tech.
Correct.
Okay, so trainees, certified techs are allowed to do compounding in Arizona, so this would be just a strict violation.
Yes, yeah, the trainees cannot do compounding.
So the
Alarming.
answer plan would be don't do it, and they would
Yes.
acknowledge it.
Techs with proper training, right?
Well, she would have to get certified. She or he
Yeah,
would have to get certified and then train and then be able
right,
to do it.
exactly. So can we open a complaint? That is what Mr. Dang was saying.
So we open a complaint.
It could be done, yes. I would do it separately, not lump the two together.
Right.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor, and do I have a second?
A second.
I have a second, and we'll do a roll call, and then I'll open it back up.
Sure. Mr. Leyva,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley is not present. Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ayes have it, one not present, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sheen. Appreciate your time today. Board staff will be in contact with you. Next item, I'll turn over to Ms. Nair and Mr. Dang. Perhaps a question for legal counsel would be, do we need to go through the semantics of opening up a complaint, or could we send a letter of concern based off the facts of the follow-up inspection?
I'm fine with either case. I don't know, Ms. Galvin, you have any suggestion? A letter of concern would be sufficient, or we can open a case against a tech trainee.
Procedurally, you should open a complaint first and then allow the technician trainee to respond, and we'll consider that at a future complaint concern meeting and then a recommendation to the board.
Okay. And I'll make a motion to open a complaint against technician trainee K. Ingels.
I have a question. Should we potentially include the PIC in that as well? Because as someone who's starting out as a trainee, if they were instructed to do something by their manager, maybe they should know that that's not something they should know that maybe that's not within their realm of what they should be doing, but they might be inclined to do that because their PIC has asked them to.
We
Was
can.
that today?
I did try to include that in the first motion, though, to make note of the technician compounding.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I mean, just for board members to understand, once you open the complaint, there's no limit to where we can go with our investigation. So obviously, if we do find an employee a technician trainee violating compounding, then obviously we would also include the PIC and at the time of that violation when it occurred in the investigation. And if we find violations for the PIC, we'll cite that in the complaint investigation right up.
Ms. Lehan, that should answer your question. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Yeah, okay, so we had a motion and we had a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. 27B, 21-0399, Cobalt Rehabilitation Hospital. Do we have representatives for Cobalt Rehabilitation Hospital?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Bailey Walden. I'm from Corals and Brady. I, along with Roger Morris, are legal counsel for Cobalt and its owners, Pam Health. We also have a number of representatives from the hospital or from the pharmacy here as well. Jeffrey O'Connell, Roger Winslow, Amber Gleason, and Urvish Patel. I can have them introduce themselves and share their titles with you all, starting with Mr. O'Connell, and then I have a short statement prepared afterwards for whenever. So,
okay, perfect. Let's do this. Ms. Richardson, if you could give us a summary of the case. And then after that, I will go back to legal counsel to make introductions in a statement, and then we'll get board members' questions or comments at that point. Ms. Richardson?
Yes, Mr. Leba. So this is a reinspection report from a prior complaint. This initial complaint that you're looking at was adjudicated at a past meeting. A consent agreement was signed and executed. Penalty was paid in a timely manner. Part of that consent agreement was to have a reinspection. That inspection took place on September 20th of 2022. Initially, the initial violations that were found in the first complaint that action was taken on were failing to notify the board of a change in PIC 2 times, a failure to report a DEA 106 to the board, a pick change inventory in May of 21 that was non-compliant in that it didn't count all of the drugs in the pharmacy. It was missing some elements, and it was actually conducted before the pick change occurred, and then no pick change available for the change that occurred in June of 21. So those are all the items that had been adjudicated. Reinspection was done, as I said, in September. The first issue to be noted is looking at their notifications of pick change. So they have had 5 picks since this first complaint. And according to their notifications on their board profile, the first pick change that occurred, they do not, according to this, they didn't have a pick for 2.5 months. So they have an end date of November 15th of 2021 with the new pick starting on February 2nd of 2022. That notification was made on 2/7 with a start date of 2/2. So the notification was made not within 24 hours. And again, there's a gap of about 2.5 months there where they show no PIC assigned. The further pick changes were all reported. There's no gaps in time there. And they do appear to have all been reported in a timely manner on the additional pick changes. We did find a repeat violation when it comes to the controlled substance inventories. And we did find some additional violations for an unsatisfactory controlled substance audit and a failure to perform media fill tests for sterile compounders. So the controlled substance inventories are still missing the package size, which was noted on the last inspection. The methadone tablets that were counted on their annual May 1st inventory did not include all these tablets on hand in the hospital. The methadone tablets counted on the pick change inventories that occurred on August 9th and August 30th are both short by 1 tablet based on their records, and that appears to be an actual loss versus an inaccurate count. The unsatisfactory controlled substance audit was issued for an overage of 37 methadone tablets, which was a 16.9% variance. The discrepancy does appear to be a result of an inaccurate annual controlled substance inventory count. So, and in their response, the permit holder states that the inaccurate count was due to a drawer failure in their Pyxis machine. Between May 1st and September 20th, there were no purchases or dispensing of methadone. The May 1st inventory indicated an on-hand of 219 tablets, including an expired tablet. Based on the records, that on-hand was most likely 257, not 219. That expired tablet was returned to a reverse distributor on June 1st, leaving an actual count of 256. Yet the pick change inventories conducted on 8/9 and 8/30 show an on-hand of 255, not 256. So We're not sure where that discrepancy is because again, there were no purchases or dispensings during that time period. Sterile compounding records showed that 3 pharmacists were missing media fill tests and competency assessments and continued to compound and or supervise the compounding of a technician. 1 pharmacist, J.O., was deficient in media fill tests for 2019, as well as media fill tests and competencies in 2020 and 2021, and some additional missing in 2022. Another pharmacist had no record of any tests or competencies being conducted. And at the time, the PIC at the time of this inspection had no record of any tests or competencies, and again, was compounding and supervising technician compounding, entering the room to verify what was being compounded. And it should be noted too that while our rules don't require glove fingertip testing, it is required in the permit holders board required SOPs. And you can see in the report that there were some of those missing as well.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Walden?
Thank you. Mr. O'Connell, if you want to go ahead and start with the introductions, that would be great.
Certainly. My name is Jeff O'Connell. I'm an account manager with Cardinal Health. I'm present today on behalf of PAM Health, who purchased Cobalt Rehabilitation in November of 2021. Cardinal Health provides pharmacy services for the 67 PAM Health locations. Our business unit additionally provides pharmacy services to hundreds of other healthcare facilities across the country.
I'll go next. Good afternoon. My name is Roger Winslow. I'm a market director of pharmacy with Cardinal Health. I report to Jeff O'Connell, and then I provide services to post-acute medical health for 9 of those 67 facilities. I work with the managers directly, and the facility in Surprise, Arizona is one of those 9.
Mr. Leba, if I could just get some clarification. Mr. O'Connell, you stated you're an account manager, but were you not also the PIC of this location during part of this time?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct. I
Okay,
was.
I just wanted to make sure that was clear to the board members.
I'll go next. My name is Urvish Kumar Patel, and I am interim director of pharmacy with Cardinal Health. And I was the pick for the PAM account in Surprise, Arizona from August 30th through 11/7.
And then board members, we had one other person who was supposed to be here, Amber Gleason, who is the current pick. Oh, go ahead, Amber. I wasn't sure you were with your plane. So.
I am sorry. I'm en route to the airport now. My name is Amber Gleason. I am the current PIC at PAM Surprise location. I took that role over on November the 7th of 2022.
Thank you.
And that is everyone that we have from Cobalt today.
Okay, would you like to make a statement before we get into questions?
Yes. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address the concerns that were raised in the latest inspection. As Ms. Richardson mentioned, this is a matter involving complaint number 21-0399, which originated from concerns related to events that occurred in the spring and summer of 2021, which was under Cobalt's prior ownership. We just want to reiterate that neither PAM Health nor Cardinal Health were involved whatsoever in the ownership or operation of Cobalt at that time. However, to quickly resolve the issues and create a new slate under PAM's new ownership, the pharmacy entered into a consent agreement with the board in March 2022, which included the reinspection as ordered and which occurred on September 20th. As outlined in the documentation, the reinspection found that the pharmacy was largely in compliance with Arizona law under PAM Health's ownership. However, Ms. Richardson noted the few concerns that were raised. And with respect to the claims related to the controlled substance inventories and unsatisfactory audits, first, we want to mention that the package sizes have been added. And then additionally, those are the result of the same event in which one of the lidded pockets within the Pyxis dispensing machine failed to open. This resulted in an incomplete count. Cobalt has since updated its policies and procedures to prevent this from happening again by requiring the PIC to verify that there have been no failed pockets prior to or during any inventory conducted. Additionally, once the inventory is complete, the PIC also runs a secondary hospital-wide report to verify all pockets containing controlled substances were accounted for. With respect to the failed assessments and tests related to sterile compounders, Cobalt quickly worked to ensure all required staff members completed all of the testing. And it was always the pharmacy's policy to conduct these tests upon hire and annually thereafter. However, for at least one of the individuals, as a result of the change of operations, some of the paperwork providing proof of completion was drafted under the prior ownership and was found unacceptable. With respect to the other individuals, Cobalt acknowledges its error and recognizes that these assessments and tests are required to be properly conducted and documented for all compounders and supervisors prior to any compounding activities. And as such, Cobalt has updated its policies to provide additional safeguards to ensure this issue does not happen again. And at this point, I can turn it over to Jeff O'Connell, who can provide a little more detail for you guys and background and explain some of the changes that Cobalt has made.
Mr. Leba, this is Sharon. Can I just ask a question for some clarification? Ms. Walden, you were talking about the change in ownership. And this permit was opened in 2019, and we have no change of ownership on file, no application for that or notification, and no new permit issued. When did this change of ownership occur?
I believe the change of ownership occurred in November 2021, and we have correspondence with the board saying that a new ownership application was not required for this transaction. We're happy to provide that if you would need it.
So that means that then some of the ownership then remained the same, less than 30% changed then is what you're saying?
I do not know the exact percentage of ownership off the top of my head. Maybe one of the Cobalt representatives does. Otherwise, we can follow up on that.
Sure. Ms. Richardson, the ownership change occurred at a higher level in the corporate entities. So under Arizona law, and we actually had lots of communication with the board to try and get clarification on it, whether they could consider this an ownership change, but the Arizona rules did not require it, and nor did the board want a change when we talked with the staff with it. But there has been 100% change, multiple levels above where the pharmacy is actually operated.
Thank you. That explains it. So it was grandparent level or above then. Thank you.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, Mr. O'Connell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to reiterate, the findings in this most recent inspection report are not in keeping with the standards of PAM Health or the practices of Cardinal Health Pharmacy Services. While there are some extenuating circumstances, they are not offered up as excuses. We take responsibility for these deficiencies and staff failures, and we've taken immediate and sustained action to ensure full and continuous compliance. I can go into further detail if you'd like on the specific issues that have been highlighted. I know Ms. Walden's covered that already, but we can certainly provide more details if you'd like.
Let's see, anybody else want to make a comment? If not, Mr. O'Connor will defer to board questions. Okay, board members?
Hey, Mr. President, this is Tennille. Mr. Patel, you were PIC 1 month before the pharmacy was re-inspected, correct?
You're on mute, sir.
Okay, yes, I started as a PIC on August 30th.
What was the rationale behind not informing us of a PIC change?
one thing we should keep in mind, Ms. Barrett, and we'll go to that question, is we did already address all of that with the consent that was done. So all of that was done really. It is part of the equation, but before us today is really what you see on page 4469 on the follow-up inspection. If you have that question, by all means, I just wanted to make sure that you were aware.
No,
Mr. Leba, there actually was another failure to notify though after the consent agreement.
So the PIC changes that were in the previous consent agreement were prior to 2122.
Yeah, they either failed to notify or they didn't have a PIC. There's a gap in their profile from November of 21 until February of 2022 where they do not show a PIC.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Mhm.
So in reviewing the snippet that's been provided, I have some confusion, I guess, with regards to how the information is captured. Michael Deneen was PIC in November of 2021 when Pam Health purchased Cobalt Rehabilitation Hospital. The August 2021 inspection report noted that when we did a license verification, I believe we saw that he was listed as PIC under his profile. We were not, I guess, aware at that particular moment of the online permit profile itself, but given the type of, I guess, purchase that was made and he was already in the role, and there was board paperwork citing him as PIC, we thought that that was established. It wasn't until February 1st when he was terminated, and that was communicated to the board, as well as my assumption as PIC at that time, that we subsequently identified the need to also concurrently change the PIC information within the permit profile. And that's why there is a noted delay, as Ms. Richardson stated, of 2/7, even though my indicated start date was 2/1. So we did communicate via email, but there was a delay in getting into the profile, including just getting registered and access, which resulted in us having that 2/7 creation date. But we did.
If I can just clarify, yes, that was one issue, but the issue is that you had a PIC with an end date of 11/15/21 and no other PIC assigned until February of 2022. So you show no PIC of record from November 15th until February. So that's where we're left with either we weren't notified or there was no PIC. And just so you know, these aren't created by anyone at the board. These were all done online. So one was the end date of 11/21 was notified, it looks like verbally, and our staff updated it, but all the rest were updated by the permit holder online.
Mr. O'Connell, did you have a PIC from that period of time, that 11/16/21 to 2/1/22?
So Michael Deneen was PIC when Pam Health purchased Cobalt Rehabilitation Hospital. If you refer to the inspection report from, I believe, 8/31/21, he is noted as PIC. And that was our understanding, was he was in that role. I guess with regards to the profile, I'm a bit perplexed because he's listed, but his start date is blank. So I don't know if he put the wrong date in the wrong field, because it's also very suspicious that he and Jeffrey Hannibal both have exactly the same end date, which would indicate there's a way to have two concurrent PICs. So I'm not sure. It appears to me to be a computer glitch. I mean, we'd be happy to go back and retroactively resolve that, but based on the reported, we were under the impression, and certainly he was in the role when we came in and took over pharmacy services.
So this pick change that we're talking about here was done prior to your management taking over as management. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's my understanding.
Okay. And then board members, I would be totally fine with them looking back to see if there was a pick. I think we have a error in reporting, and I'm not so sure that it is the new ownership, so to speak, even though there was an ownership change responsibility. Now they took over afterwards, I know that, but at that time that the previous should have been reporting as the pick, in my opinion. That's why that whole thing was kind of confusing to me. And then looking at the pick change and looking at the information on the consent agenda, it's very blurry in that regard to me there.
Chairman.
But Ms. Snare, you were going somewhere with it. So that was the answer to your question. What was that? Do you have follow up to that, or was there more?
No, I think they addressed the issues kind of one by one. That one, like you said, it was kind of just difficult for me to determine which was old, which was new. So I appreciate the clarification.
Okay.
Mr. Dang, did you? Yes, I do. So my questions are for Ms. Richardson. Ms. Richardson, during your visit at the hospital, did you notice if the narcotic inventory was performed during the time when the pick changes?
We reviewed the annual inventory and the pick change inventory for the pick who was pick at the time of the inspection.
Okay. My other question for you is in regards to the failure to perform the annual assessment and the media field test and the fingertip test. Were you able to find out based on your audits how many IV compoundings that were done by these pharmacists?
We didn't count up a tally. We just observed that they had indeed been compounding during that time.
So, Mr. O'Connell, is there a reason? Can you elaborate more on the reason why these pharmacists did not complete their annual competencies for IV mixing?
Yes, Boardman Dang, I can elaborate. So these were clear failures to follow our established policies. There was some confusion around whether or not they were required for just supervising. In the case of the pharmacist, this references, I believe, LC or LP, did not do direct compounding, and so misunderstood or certainly misassumed that that was not required by our policy. As part of follow-up, we have clarified that to make it absolutely clear that it is. With regards to Mr. Patel, he had done direct compounding. That, as I said in the beginning, not to make excuses, we did have plates to do testing, but they had expired. Nevertheless, he was put in a position to do direct compounding, and that should not have occurred. And that has been discussed with Mr. Patel as well as the rest of the staff, so that it's very clear that we will take whatever steps are necessary to ensure only competent staff are either directly compounding or supervising compounding.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Connell, would you say post the change of management that on the follow-up inspection, there was more of a record keeping concern as it goes to the controlled substance inventory or the discrepancy in controlled substance count?
I would say that one of our focuses, in light of the findings from August regarding the earlier inventories and the PIC changes, was to ensure that we had a full and accurate count. Certainly, we do recognize that we had an oversight with regards to the commercial container sizes, and we have amended that. Additionally, we've put in a standardized template utilizing our distributor information so that we have all of the data elements, including package size, captured in our inventories. With regards to the actual counts, as we've already alluded to and submitted, right, we did get a full and accurate count minus the methadone tablet within that Pyxis lidded pocket failure. When we had the inspection with Ms. Richardson and identified that, we were able to go back, and you have copies of the transactions where that Pyxis pocket failure was subsequently recovered later that day. And we were able to ascertain the amount within that pocket based on prior transactions, as well as confirmed during the recovery. So with that, we felt comfortable that we had conducted a full administrative inventory. And that's certainly been the practice that we have tried to hold ourselves to as we've had subsequent PIC inventories, trying to identify someone like Ms. Gleason, or I should say Dr. Gleason, who's now our permanent manager, and I'm sure going to lead us through success going forward.
So at the end, when you did your reconciled count from the failed pocket, you were over 37, am I right?
That's correct. If I may, I did note what Ms. Richardson stated about the one tablet off. I'm not quite certain I'm following the math precisely. We did have 219, including the one expired, as noted. And then when I add in the 37 from the pocket failure, I get 256. And then, as is also noted, we did reverse distribute one tablet on 6/1, and that reduced our count to 256, which does match the August 9th and 30th inventory counts.
Okay. Board members, any other questions?
This is it's a comment, not a question. I don't really see that they violated their consent agreement. It looks like they're working towards better compliance. So I don't really see a failure here necessarily. Once the new guard is taken over, it looks to be making new remedies and working towards better compliance. That's just my thought.
I agree with that. It looks like they've isolated some of the situations that they've had that have been causing problems, like the Pyxis machine, drawer failure and whatnot, and then building upon those to make sure that they have good processes on hand. So
I would also concur with that.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion to take no action.
One item of concern, Ms. Mayor, is that it was a follow-up inspection, and the only thing, I'm not looking at disciplinary, but possibly a non-disciplinary letter on the sterile compounding practices and lack of training, and the follow-up media test, just so it's memorialized and noted, but not a discipline. But that is something that is outstanding from the follow-up. Compounding is it is something in Arizona that we've had special attention to. So that is why I kind of think that should be part of the recommendation.
That's reasonable. I will change my motion to include a letter of concern regarding sterile compounding.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion before a vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much.
Tab 28, discussion and consideration of possible action on request of admission, Pro Hoc Vice for legal counsel Martha M. Rumor. Board staff, is there anything other than allowing this, acknowledging and allowing? I mean, I don't even think we can allow it, but what do you need here? It seems to me it's already done.
You would just grant the request for admission.
Okay, I'd make a motion to grant the request for admission.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, took notes here of where we need to go next. And I can't find them. Okay. The 29D under conferences. This is respondent Catherine Barron. Is Catherine Barron in the room?
Yes, I am.
Okay, could you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Catherine D. Barron.
And could I get board staff to give a summary of the complaint before us, and then Ms. Barron will take your comment?
Yes, Mr. Leba, this is Sharon Richardson. It was discovered that a pharmacy technician, Ms. Barron, was working in an unpermitted facility and performing technician duties without pharmacist supervision. At the February 2022 board meeting, the board had passed a motion to open a complaint against any licensed individual who is found working under, who should be working under the supervision of a pharmacist, but is discovered not to be doing so. We did receive a complaint that there was a physician's clinic using a pharmacy tech to dispense prescriptions without a pharmacist present. I did review the website for that clinic and observed that they were advertising an on-site pharmacy. It included references to their pharmacy technician, displayed photos of a person in a white coat resembling a pharmacist in a pharmacy setting. There is not a permitted pharmacy at this location, and this issue was addressed under case number 2022-27 and was addressed with the physician. I will state that the physician has remedied that in terms of the website. The wording has been changed to a physician-owned dispensary. It's referencing a physician dispensary technician and changed the job title of anybody that he would have employed in that position. So that issue has been addressed. I did visit the clinic on July 27th, and I was able to speak with Ms. Barron. She was working in an office where the clinic's medications are kept and where she posted her pharmacy technician license. She stated that her activities included performing data entry, reviewing DURs, filling prescriptions, dispensing prescriptions to patients of the clinic. She wasn't comfortable overriding DURs herself, so she did discuss any issues that came up with the prescriber before dispensing the medication. She had attempted to research what activities she could perform in a physician's dispensary, but she wasn't able to find any answers. So I did review the requirements of pharmacy technicians to work under the supervision of a pharmacist. It was explained to her that if she was going to work as an employee of a physician's office, she should not represent herself as a pharmacy technician, since her activities in this setting were outside of the parameters of her license and the jurisdiction of the Board of Pharmacy. She did provide a written response to this complaint. It included her initial job offer and the qualifications required for the position, which again required a certification, PTCB certified technician. These are included in your packet for you to review. She did remove her license from the office and no longer represents herself as a pharmacy technician. I did receive subsequent communication from Ms. Barron that she is no longer employed at that clinic as well.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Barron, would you like to make a comment?
Well, I just, when I went to ask questions on what the laws were in Arizona, when I accepted this job, I kept getting the runaround. Nobody could give me Arizona laws. So I reached out to Sharon, and that's what I thought triggered it, because I wanted to get answers before I continued to, move on with the company, and I wasn't getting any. All I was getting was stuff from California, because this is based out of California. They were using the laws in California. So when I found that out, and then when Sharon came to visit, I put my 2 weeks notice in after she came to visit, and I left the company. I'm no longer there because I had already put my license at risk, unbeknownst to me that there was no pharmacist there. I kept asking, where's the pharmacist? And I didn't want to do that. I've been a pharmacy tech for too long, and my simple error in taking this job was just the fact that it was too good to be true, really. It was a 9 to 5 job, no weekends. I thought it was great, and it was not. I was misled very much in all the paperwork and all the verbiage, because they continued to have it where I was working under a pharmacist, but that was not a pharmacist. It was just a verbiage on the computer software. And it was actually a technician out of Chandler, because they do have a one in Chandler that is up and running also. So I was working under that technician when I would sign in, and she was representing as a RPH. So when I found out all this stuff, when Sharon came in and she talked to the doctor, I was just like, I don't want to do anything. I don't want to lose my license. I don't want to jeopardize it. So I got out of there. I didn't stick around.
Okay. Board members?
Mr. Chair, if I may ask a question, Cam. Ms. Barron, did you compound any products at that location?
No, they didn't do compounding. The only thing they had were like, it was a dermatology office. So they just had creams and antibiotics.
And that was for office administration or dispensing to the patient to take home?
That was dispensing to the patients to take home.
Mr. President, one more question, if I may.
Yes.
Ms. Barron, when you prepared these products for dispensing to the patient, did anybody supervise that activity, or was the product verified against the original order before it was dispensed?
Yes, I had to have the doctor verify them. I wasn't comfortable doing it, and especially once I found out there wasn't a pharmacist to do it. And so I would go to the PA and I'd make sure that she checked, because I wasn't comfortable in that setting. Most of the time I sat there and did inventory. We hardly ever filled prescriptions, so.
But you prepared a label and put it on the product and dispensed it?
Yes.
So what software did you use?
You know what? Honestly, I don't remember.
But it would trigger if there was a drug interaction or DUR?
Yes, and then I would go to her. I was not comfortable doing the things that the techs were doing in California that I was being trained to do. I was not comfortable. That's why I continued to question what the laws were in Arizona. I continued to ask, and every time I would get something, it was all California based.
Yeah, I'm not sure I buy into that. And here's why. What I've not heard at this point is ownership of this. So you're deferring that you had asked the questions and you were almost the victim here because you didn't know. That is not how I see it. The other thing that I see is that it sounds to me like if you looked around and you didn't see a pharmacist with you, you knew you're not working with a pharmacist. That's not very hard to discover. If you didn't have consultations that you were giving to a pharmacist, it's pretty evident that that's not taking place. That's hard for me to believe. The other thing that is very questionable to me is when there is a DUR, whenever there is duplicate therapy, age considerations, dosage considerations, every single time going to that PA for an override, I'm not so sure that I buy into that either. I know you're saying that. I don't know the answer to that. I want to be on record saying that I don't know if that's actually possible or true in this situation. The other thing is you said you put your license at risk. I see this as so much of the public being put at risk because of your actions of not knowing what you're doing and doing the job of a pharmacist. So I'm very concerned with that. And board members, I'll open it up to you.
Mr. Chairman. So Ms. Barron, what was your exact title, job title at this location?
When I was hired as a certified pharmacy technician.
So that was your title. And anytime when you dispense medication, you mentioned the doctor checked your work, and then you also mentioned the PA checked your work. Who actually checked your work? Was it the doc?
She was a PA.
Okay, so he
That
was.
ran the office.
Okay, so the PA checks your work.
Yes.
And the PA reviews the DURs.
Yes.
Okay. So my thought on this, Mr. Chairman and board members, is that I don't see anything wrong with this kind of practice, just because doctors, they do have the authority to dispense. I mean, that's the reality. They can dispense the medication to the patient. They can perform the DUR. They literally can do anything the pharmacist can do. In her case, she was hired as a pharmacy technician, primarily just to do the clerical work for the PA or the physician, in this case, the PA. So from patient safety perspective, I personally don't see anything wrong with this kind of practice, aside from the fact that she was hired on as a pharmacy technician in a hospital, in a physician setting, not a pharmacy setting.
I agree with you, Mr. Dang. I think it was misleading job title, misleading information that the physician office was putting out on their website. And she was working as an agent under the prescriber. So once she was aware of and found out information, she made the changes and subsequently quit. I do agree with Mr. Leba that I would love to hear a little more accountability on your side, ownership. I know you're saying you were asking around, but you also can do the checking yourself. So we can't just rely on other people to get that information to you. So when you knew there was an issue, I'd love to see you dig into it yourself a little more.
I did when I reached out to Miss Richardson.
Yeah,
I called the state board a couple times. She was on vacation at one point. Then I called again and finally was able to talk to her, and then she showed up the next day.
That was very
and
good.
I did, once I couldn't get anywhere because I kept getting California information. Once I reached out to the state board and I asked the questions. I looked online, I couldn't find anything. That's why I called the state board.
Thank you.
And if I can just clarify for the board, the complaint came in. So Ms. Barron didn't identify herself as working as a technician in a doctor's office, just asked what the rule was. A complaint actually came in from a local pharmacist outlining what was happening there. And that's what initiated the complaint and my visit to the clinic. Additionally, I believe this has been forwarded to the medical board as well. Mr. Dang, you were talking about physician dispensing, and physician dispensing does actually require the physician to dispense it to the patient and go over the medication with the patient. And instead we had a technician actually dispensing it to the patient. And so the board had made a motion to also refer this to the medical board because it appeared to be a violation of physician dispensing rules as well.
Okay.
Ms.
So Ms. Barron, were you the one who dispensed the medication to the patient or the PA?
That I filled the prescription, she checked it, and then I just put it on a table. And then when they were ready, when they were discharged then from their appointment, then it was out of my hands. It was the PA that was out there.
So then we can safely say that that's the PA is the one who actually dispensed the medication, not you.
Correct. I did not go and hand it to the customer. That was not my job.
So through your employment period at this location, how many prescriptions that you recall have been dispensed to the patient?
Maybe, I don't know, maybe 50, if even that. A lot of the prescriptions that came through us were through Access. So a lot of them, that particular dispensary was not contracted with Access in Arizona. So we didn't fill the majority of the prescriptions. We had to send those out to their regular pharmacies. So in the time that I was there, it was probably 50. I did a lot of sitting and, like I said, inventory, looking around there. We didn't do much business there.
So all the patient counseling related to the medications are performed by the PA, not by you, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Mr. Dang, this is Sharon again. I just want to point out that in my discussion, when I visited with Ms. Barron, she told me she was responsible for data entry, DUR, and dispensing to the patient.
Ms. Richardson, did you see that practice when you were at the prescriber's office?
No, I did not.
I think just a point of clarification, if I can add to Mr. Dang's comments and Sharon's comments, is it's the physician, the medical doctor, that has the authority to dispense, not the PA. PA actually works under direction and supervision of the medical practitioner.
Correct.
So it's almost like a tech checking another tech at this point. But again, that's probably out of our jurisdiction. And we'll convey that information to the medical board as to the physician not overseeing a dispensing individual in that facility, and PA is given that responsibility.
And I do really disagree with the safety of this, because you have a non-licensed pharmacist individual who is assessing the appropriateness of the medication, assessing the dosage, the age, the DUR, the drug interaction, the need, the lack of counseling, the documentation to offer or not. I mean, there is a lot wrong with this activity going on in this office. And to simply say that it's okay under the dispensing of a PA in this situation, I don't feel like that's in the best interest of the citizens of Arizona.
I don't think the PA has the authority to dispense prescriptions, Mr. President. It's the medical practitioner that has authority under their own regulations and statutes. So they're still acting out of turn here. And
I thought in my reading that it was made clear that what she was doing was fine, just not representing herself as a technician. Taking down her license off the wall made it okay as long as she wasn't representing herself as a technician.
well, it's, if I can elaborate, it's not okay. It's just maybe out of our jurisdiction. As long as she doesn't represent herself as a pharmacy technician. And she was in the beginning, that practice changed, the titles changed, and everything changed. And but there's still that practice prior to that all changing, is what we can address if we'd like to.
And Ms. Richardson, you did say that she said she was working as a technician when you started the investigation.
Yes, she had her license posted in the facility.
You cannot be a technician without the supervision of a pharmacist.
Right.
And I will also say that this was the first I've heard of a technician in Chandler purporting to be a pharmacist on the system that was overseeing her as well. So I just throw that out there as an additional concern. I was not aware of that prior to today.
She said the individual she thought was a pharmacist was a technician, is what I heard. So I still don't see pharmacist.
Mr. Chairman, what has the organization said with respect to this that she worked for? And have they provided any responses? I didn't see any to what she's stating as fact today.
We don't, Mr. Thornwald, have jurisdiction over physicians or their offices. He was nice enough to speak with me that day and go over the website with me. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to even let me in his office, but he did. So no, a response wasn't requested. He's not a licensee of this board or anybody we would have jurisdiction over. He did explain to me that he also practices in California and was maybe leaning more on California law, and the website, he corrected it. In fact, he made a phone call while I was there.
And the entity that oversees him, have we talked to them about if he is violated or their perspective on all of this?
No, all we can do is, again, we have no jurisdiction. So all we can do is forward that information to the appropriate licensing board for them to make a determination.
That has been done, correct, Ms. Richardson, if I recall?
I will have to defer to Cam or Jennifer on that to know if it's actually happened yet.
Where I was going with that was, even if we don't have authority over that, if the organization that does have authority over the doctor, we spoke to them to see if there's anything within their rules, regulations that allow for this, or if there's any kind of conflict in rules or regulations, or do they have they seen this before? I just wanted two things I really am looking for. One, verification of what she's saying. Two, that there are no rule conflicts between us and them, and that this doesn't happen again or isn't happening again somewhere else because of that, if there are conflicts.
Mr. Thorold, I think we need one thing. Cam, can you confirm this has been referred? And once it's referred, that's in that board's venue to take care of that. I'm pretty sure it has been.
I believe it has been. We'll confirm after this meeting. And if not, I mean, this is an interesting topic. It's been heavily discussed behind the scenes in our office. And so I do need to circle back with the executive director from the medical board. As a lot of these issues are coming up more frequently right now. One of the issues we're having is we're a proactive agency where we go ahead and inspect and try to make sure things don't happen. And then, you know, we're reactive about it. Unfortunately, some of the other agencies are complaint driven only and not proactive inspections take place. So again, to Mr. Thorwald's question and comments is a lot of these things may not be known by DHS or the medical board because they don't proactively inspect.
Ms. Richardson, just one more time. Did the PA or prescriber at the facility confirm that they were checking the final orders?
No, they did not confirm that with me. And I spoke with a physician, not a PA.
Did you have that conversation? Was it brought up? Just curious.
No, he just stated that in California, they're allowed to have a technician. That's why he hired her. I did read, I don't know if I have the job description here. I have the offer letter. So no, basically my discussion really centered with Ms. Barron, in which she told me that she is responsible for the data entry, the DUR, and the dispensing to the patient. And again, hearing that a PA was dispensing it, again, as Cam alluded to, they don't have dispensing privileges. But again, that goes to their board.
So board members, I honestly, no matter how you look at this, we have a technician working under the scope of a technician title without a pharmacist present dispensing medications, completing DURs.
I didn't complete any DURs.
You answered you did before.
I did
So
not. If they
so you
came
put it
back,
through the computer system, you confirmed, and you said that you would, if there was an override, that you would confirm that. Is that not right?
no,
So
I
what
said.
would you do if a DUR came up?
I asked a PA, I did not do it.
So how did you get a label to come out of the system? You had to override
After
the DUR.
I had to get the physician's assistant to come in. She would come in, and when I went and talked to her, I had to wait until she was available after seeing patients or whatever she may have been busy doing. And then she would come in if I had an issue.
So she would do an override to produce the label.
Yes.
So then, Ms. Richardson, you were told originally that she was doing DRs, filling prescriptions, dispensing prescriptions.
She did tell me that her responsibility was the data entry, DUR, and dispensing. She said at the time that she was not comfortable performing the DURs, and she would take that to the prescriber for approval. Now, whether that prescriber came in and performed the override or she put the override in after talking to them, I don't know.
So if this was a physician, what she was doing, if she wasn't representing herself as a technician, would be fine. She would be a physician's agent, correct?
She couldn't be under the guise of a technician.
Right, she couldn't state that she was a technician. She would just be an agent physician. Okay, so I wasn't aware. I guess I kept reading physician, dispensing pharmacy, and different verbiage in here. So I wasn't aware it was a PA. So that does change things, but I just think that so much of this was misleading to Ms. Barron that it would be tough to wade through and figure out what I was able to do and not able to do.
And again, at the time that this occurred, it was being advertised as a pharmacy. So it was being advertised as a pharmacy and then hired as a technician working in a pharmacy. So I'll just throw out that out there as to, you know, if you're hired to work in a pharmacy as a technician, that, you know, you would expect certain things such as a pharmacist.
Mr. President, I've seen plenty of job offers on Indeed and similar websites for pharmacy technicians to be employed by doctors' offices to do things like in-office compounding, which would not be under the supervision of a pharmacist. So I don't know if it's a conversation we need to have with the medical board, because I think that this issue could just keep coming up for these technicians being hired for job descriptions that, you know, maybe are misleading.
I do know our ED has been active in that. Cam, would you like to comment?
Absolutely, and just for the new board members, the board had discussed this very topic several meetings ago and determined that they cannot use their pharmacy technician license or represent themselves as a pharmacy technician when working for somebody other than a pharmacist. And so a lot of these facilities that we've been addressing have changed that title to admixture technicians. So we have identified a lot of these ads to hire pharmacy technicians. I am continually trying to engage with the medical board and the executive director of the medical board to draw these situations to their attention, as well as DHS, Arizona DHS, to inform them that a lot of these clinics, these emergency departments that do not have pharmacies, other facilities that have medical practitioners are hiring and doing these activities, especially in light of USP 795, 797, and now 800 coming out. I'm not sure if physicians are aware of that, but there's an education component that's taking place behind the scenes, and I'm hoping that the other agencies take a proactive approach and go out and visit some of these locations.
It just seems that we would, if this is going to happen in physicians' offices, we would rather have pharmacy technicians doing compounding or, you know, typing prescriptions than just someone off the street, as long as they don't represent themselves as a pharmacy technician, I guess.
Absolutely, and that was discussed as well. Is it safer for a trained technician to do it? Absolutely, versus someone not trained, right? But there still has to be some form of supervision, like it is in the pharmacy world, where a pharmacist does finally check the outcome of that product before it's administered or dispensed to the patient. In this case, it looks like it was a PA that was supervising a technician, and the PA does not have, my understanding of their statutes and rules, does not have the authority to do that. It would have to be the medical practitioner.
Mr. Chairman, part of where I was coming from on that, and wearing my other hat from GERC, we've come across things like this with other organizations, other boards, other commissions, and we've had this internal discussion on reporting when things like this come about, asking boards to report that to GERC, so that those kinds of things then can be dealt with either by GERC or the legislature or the governor's office, and better able to coordinate between boards and commissions to help prevent these things and from happening in the future. And that was part of why I asked those questions.
Understood.
Ms. Barron, how long did you work in this position?
A month, if even that, it was about a month. I gave a 2-week notice because I just felt that that's what was fair to do, as you know, and that was right after Sharon had visited. And then I gave my 2 weeks notice so that they could find somebody. Now they have one of the medical assistants doing my job that I was there for doing. She's doing all the dispensing now.
Well, I'm leaning towards a letter of concern. I understand the Mr. Leba's concern about the activities that took place, but I just feel like there was some oversight, though it's not what we needed, but to be a physician. And I believe that it was very misleading. I would be probably a little confused as well, to be hired as a technician, to be considered in this role, and then start asking questions and not getting answers, trying to move forward to getting clarity. So that's where my head's at.
Mr. Leyva, this is Sharon, and I do have more of an answer to one of your questions you had about the job responsibilities. And I do have that job description for a certified pharmacy technician at this location at the Skin Cancer Institute in Kingman. And it would be a pharmacy technician to process and fill prescriptions. And it says undertake other tasks under the direction of a pharmacist and ensure that the pharmacy runs smoothly. It says that their responsibilities would include sterilizing surfaces and equipment and preparing the pharmacy for opening, greet customers and ask questions, receive prescriptions and check their validity, process prescriptions electronically and ensure all information is complete and accurate, resolve issues when they arise, select the appropriate medicine to fill prescriptions, sort, stock, and label, and monitor inventory.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman.
Yes.
So, Ms. Richardson, I know that I agree with you that it is very misleading based on the narrative that you had read to us. But in my opinion, all of this is out of our jurisdiction. And I don't think it's fair for us to penalize Ms. Barron for what she has done. I mean, she has, in my opinion, she's doing the right thing by resigning from her position at this location. So I'm leaning towards dismissing this case because I don't see a letter of concern would do any good because Ms. Barron, she has done the right thing. And I think we should definitely report this case to the medical board and have the medical board or the PA board work on this.
Mr. Chair, if I may ask our legal counsel a question.
Yes.
With the advertising of hiring a pharmacy technician, working under a pharmacist and doing all the functions involved in the pharmacy, we have that language. I think we have that language in our statute that would allow us to address with the physician or their office. Would I be on the right track or am I wrong?
When you say address it with the physician or his office, you mean like a written communication, just expressing the board's general concern?
Well, using the word apothecary, pharmacy, and all those things is in our statutes, and they're not allowed to do that unless it was a legitimate pharmacy licensed by our board.
I think if the letter, I'm hearing the board in leaning towards directing you to communicate with the physician's office, and if it were used as an educational tool, then I think that would be appropriate.
I think we also have a section where if they're operating as one of our permittees, but not permitted, and in this case, it looks like you'll be working under a pharmacist, dispensing medication, working and so forth. We could probably take action of them operating without a valid permit under our jurisdiction.
So like if cease and desist?
Not just a cease and desist, but bring them before us to answer questions. That part's in our jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm.
Because they are acting like a pharmacy per se, based on the ad that Sharon just read.
You have the ad, but I would want to see that in addition, if there's any evidence of the actual operation of pharmacy operation taking place. And I do think there is some documentation and verbal testimony to that effect. The ad would be at least holding themselves out as a pharmacy.
Correct.
Board members, I'd like to make a motion for legal advice. I have a question that pertains directly to legal advice.
Second.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion, a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. We will be right back, Ms. Barron.
Okay.
right, we are back from executive session. I know it's been a while we've been going. If we'd like to take a break now and come back, we can, or if we'd like to close this out and take a break, I'll leave it up to the board members.
I'm fine with finishing this out and then taking a break.
Okay, I'll open it up to board members' questions or entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we write a non-disciplinary letter of concern to the pharmacy technician.
A second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion before a vote?
And for clarification, that would be for performing pharmacy technician duties without the supervision of a pharmacist?
Yes.
That is why I'm able to support that. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Aye. Okay, let's take a break and we'll come back in 10 minutes and pick up. All right, welcome back from break, everyone. Jennifer, could you take a roll call?
Certainly, Ms. Davis,
Present.
Mr. Dang,
I'm here.
Mr. Thorwald,
Here.
Mr. Leba,
Here.
Ms. Lahan,
Present.
Ms. Walmsley.
Present. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Welcome. Mr. Tong
Present.
and Ms. Snare.
Here.
Okay, everyone's accounted for.
All right, before we continue, Ms. Walmsley, I had said earlier that you had submitted your recusals in writing. Any additional to add, or can you confirm that for the record, please?
Nothing additional. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go back to 13A and see if we can hear from that permit holder or business. So Sleep Apnea Solutions.
Yes, this is Jerry Thomas. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Jerry, to the meeting.
Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience to your board. I wasn't able to get on board on my computer.
That's okay. I think we had a question for you. On the application that you submitted, you included the zoning, but the question was for the board was there confirmation in the zoning that they knew that you would have oxygen in a residential area? And I guess actually, do you have oxygen in the residential area as well?
No, the only oxygen that I provide, I pick up from a supplier and deliver it to the facility, picking up their empties and taking them back to the supplier.
Okay. Now, with the type of permit that you have, you're doing that today. There's nothing to say that you can't do that in the future. Was the zoning board aware of that when they granted the permit?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Board members?
Mr. Leba?
Yes.
Do you have that information in writing? That they are
No,
aware?
no, all I have is the permit that they gave me, the zoning permit.
Okay, I had asked this earlier. Is there another page to this? On the special permit conditions, it doesn't have anything after that. It looks like there could either be, as Mr. Leba pointed out, no further conditions, or there could be another page missing.
Well, actually, as I look at the permit on the back, it says page 1 of 1, and it basically doesn't, there's nothing else to it.
Okay, so after it says following conditions, colon, there's no.
No, there's not any other, nothing
It's
else. It's just the one
two-sided-
page.
Is this a two-sided document?
Yeah, and on the back side of the document, it just says planning division. It gives their address and phone number and email.
Okay, that's the side we don't have, I guess. Thanks.
No problem.
Mr. Thomas, would you be willing to work with the board just to get confirmation that they're aware that you could potentially have oxygen? I know you don't, but it could change things because that's the unknown, at least the question that we had in this board. Board members, if you don't have that same question, please voice it. But I think that's where we were going with it.
I agree. I'd like to also have that second side added and provided for the board to see.
That's not a problem.
Permit,
I can get that to you. So you want something from the zoning commission in Pima County that says I don't have oxygen in my residence?
Well, it's not as much that. So you can say today with the needs of your business model that you don't require it. With this type of permit in the future, you could decide to do it. I just want to make sure that zoning board knows that they approved a certificate to you that if you told them that they don't have you don't have gas right now, in the near future, if you have compressed gas or oxygen, does that change the decision? That's kind of where we're looking at.
So what kind of documentation would you need? Something from the Pima County Zoning Commission stating that
Yeah, and the board reached out to try to do this on your behalf, and they didn't get a adequate answer. The answer came back really kind of very vague, and I'm not sure we have the right contact person there. We just need an email, a statement from somebody at the zoning commission, so to speak, that they're aware that this could be something kept in a residential area neighborhood.
Okay,
And
and
then once that's submitted, Mr. Thomas, the board executive director, deputy director could look at that, and if it's satisfactory, I would be very comfortable approving the application. We'll see what the other board members say. If it's
Okay.
not, then come back before us.
okay,
Dr. Leiba, I totally agree with you. If we can get that document, I would feel very comfortable in the staff approving it. But until we have some assurances that they understand that there could be these combustible gases in a neighborhood, I wouldn't want to approve that.
Does that
okay.
make sense, Mr. Thomas?
Yeah, I think for the most part, I'm just going to go back down to the zoning commission and I guess get something in from them stating that there could possibly be oxygen in the future here, which I don't plan on that happening. I guess my only confusion is what sort of documentation would it be something that they email to you saying that we had contact, or how would that? I'm not sure what it is that you're after.
Sure. Ms. Galvin, what would be the right answer here for Mr. Thomas?
Maybe even a letter from the zoning commission. They could provide it to him and then he could provide it to the board.
Could I write something and then have them sign off on it?
Yeah, if that can be verified, yeah, maybe have the person sign in front of a notary.
Okay. Yeah, that would be very difficult to do because I would have to pull somebody out of a county position or a city position and have them go.
They probably have notaries within their office.
Okay, I'll try that. So what I'll do is I'll get something that states that there could possibly be oxygen in the future, and that they're aware of that. And then I'll get the second page, which is really only their address. That's all that's on the second page of this zoning permit.
Okay. Ms. Wamsley, were you headed down a motion?
Certainly, Dr. Leiba, I can make a motion. I would make a motion to table this matter pending the receipt of information from the Pima County Zoning Commission. If and when that is received in a satisfactory manner, the staff can review that and approve the permit without Mr. Thomas reappearing. If we aren't able to get that by the next meeting, we can have him come back and decide how we want to move forward at that point.
Second. That will be fine.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second by Mr. Thorwald. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you, Mr. Thomas.
No problem. And I can just email that to the Arizona Board of Pharmacy.
Yep, whoever you've been communicating with along the process.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, 33A. Michael Edward Milad Tadros. Mr. Tadros? See Mr. Tadros in the room, but maybe he's still on mute. Okay, let's come back to that one. 33B. Ms. Wamsley, I'll ask you to take this as I'm recused.
Thank you, Dr. Leiba. Is Derek Dindal present? You could please unmute and identify yourself.
Hi, yeah, this is Derek. I'm present.
Hi, Derek.
Hi.
Thank you for being with us today. Can you tell us a little bit about your request before us today?
So I've been in PAPAs for about 5 years, kind of working the program and just doing what I need to do to be able to keep my license, and just following the steps. And I'm kind of looking just to kind of wrap everything up so that I can just formalize the ending of the program essentially. And I think I've done that.
So Mr. Dindal, just to clarify, so you're here today with a request to lift your probation?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. So you mentioned that you're working through the steps and you've been a participant of PAPA. How's that gone, and kind of what have you learned from that process to kick off our discussion?
Well, I mean, there's been a lot of ups and downs. 5 years is a long period of time, and I think it's a long enough period of time where you get a snapshot in terms of how the program is working for you, and whether you're able to handle obstacles and challenges that come with just life. So I think I've had a couple of things happen to me, pretty significant. When my dad passed away unexpectedly last year, so going through that was really difficult, but still maintaining the course and then just keeping an eye on the outcome. Basically, just being able to get to where I am today is I'm very grateful for it. So.
Thank you for that. Staff, I think we had one thing that was perhaps missing from his file. Jennifer, I don't know if you want to comment on that, but I think we were missing acknowledgement from his employer about his prior consent agreement. Did we ever receive that?
No, Ms. Walmsley, we have not, and you're correct. We have not received acknowledgement from his, what I understand to be his current employer. And in addition, staff have not received a letter of support from PAPA.
Mr. Dindal, would you like to comment on either of those things?
Well, is Kelly on the line? Because I would have hoped this would have all been addressed by now. I know PAPA has good communication with the board. I would hope so, but I thought that would have already been in place. And I have confirmation that my employer it was aware of the situation, and I have confirmation from email that they had informed the board that they were aware of being in the program and also being employed. So I'm not sure if Kelly's online. Maybe she could attest to some of this information.
Did you provide that documentation from your employer to the board?
It might have been oversight. I don't remember if I submitted an actual document to the board. I don't believe so, to be honest. But I thought that something like that, being in the program and going through PAPA, because they're the direct, we depend on them to communicate with the board, and I just would have thought that because I was having these evaluations that were required to have, I thought that would have been sufficient to satisfy the requirement of my employer, knowledge of being in the program, because they're submitting these employer evaluations. And so it never really crossed my mind, to be honest.
Jennifer, can you or another member of staff confirm, did we request that information from Mr. Dindal, or did we request that from his employer that they received that notification?
I request that information from Mr. Dindal when he made his initial request to appear before the board.
Okay, thank you. Board members, it looks like Ms. Fine is on the line. Would we like to hear from her?
Sure, yeah.
Can I ask real quick, who is Mr. Dindal's current employer?
It's a Bashas Pharmacy. Yeah.
Hi, this is Kelly Fine with PAPA. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thanks, Kelly.
Yes, I can confirm that Derek is compliant with the PAPA program terms and requirements. I was copied on the notice for him to appear, and I had drafted a letter. And if I failed to send it over to the board, that's my fault. I was not informed that the board did not have that letter. And so I had assumed I had sent that over, because normally the participant wouldn't be put on the agenda. I'm happy to shoot that back over to Jennifer so that you can have that for your records. And I am familiar with his supervisor or prior supervisor and employer, who happens to also be serving on our steering committee. So I do know that they are aware he's in the PAPA program, and we have been receiving regular employer evaluations.
Thank you, Ms. Fine. Board members, additional questions for Mr. Dendel or Ms. Fine?
No, I just have a comment. It does say that the respondent shall ensure that the pharmacy employers submit to the board a written acknowledgement. So it was not the responsibility of Papa.
No, I'm not putting the blame on anybody. I'm just stating that when I was just going through the program, I just assumed that doing everything that was required by the program, that would have been, I guess, implied. I don't know how else to put it, but that it's just, my error. So.
Do you have a way to provide us with that copied email saying that your employer was in receipt of a consent agreement?
Yeah, absolutely. I could forward that to you, and there's a timestamp on it. So yeah, I could do that.
Is there a reason that you didn't when Jennifer asked for it?
Well, so she asked me to have my employer forward that email to her. So, my hands are tied. I basically there just seems to be a lot of people's hands in the pot, and it's things have fallen, through the cracks a little bit. But no, I've definitely followed all the instructions that I've been given by the board and through Papa. So when that email came over to me, I sent an email to our director, who's on the steering committee, like Kelly mentioned there, and I just got confirmation, that he had submitted to the board that he was aware of my participation in the program, and that he knew I was in the program prior to employment. And so, I don't know.
When did your employment begin?
It was I think it was in July of 2020.
So I see this as not following your consent agreement, because that was supposed to be provided to the board within 10 days of your employment.
Okay. I'm not too sure what, I can't go back, and change that. So I don't really have a response to that. I don't know.
Earlier in the meeting, we did give a $250 fine for not following the consent agreement. I think that could be appropriate here, as well as providing that information to the board.
Okay.
I agree with you.
I would be okay with upon payment, releasing him from this program, from probation.
So can you repeat, or was that a motion, Kristen? Can you repeat it?
Sure, yeah. Okay, so my motion is a $250 disciplinary fine for not following his consent agreement orders. And once paid, then the probation will be lifted.
And this is through a consent agreement. Correct.
Yes, and providing the board with the information that's been requested from the employer.
I'll second.
What's the time frame to pay?
In 90 days.
90 days. And if not accepted, proceed to hearing?
Yes.
I have a motion by Ms. Sanair and a second by Ms. Mahan. Is there any additional discussion?
Just a comment. I know
Go ahead.
Mr. Hargraves said it go to hearing, but this is just a special request to lift probation. So if he doesn't pay, he just continues to stay on probation. It's not a complaint.
Okay. I was thinking of it as our general term, so I just didn't know.
Well, the board is offering a consent agreement for a non-compliance with the consent agreement. So
So do we open a complaint on that?
I don't think you need to. You can still go into the original
Okay.
file number. But in this case, like you said, it's a request to come off, but the board is looking at doing discipline for issues of compliance.
Yeah.
So that those issues don't go away if he doesn't accept it.
I would almost, and this is just discussion, I would almost be more comfortable with opening a complaint for the failure to provide notification and pending the receipt of the missing documentation, lifting his probation, then we can decide if we want to give a disciplinary fine or a non-disciplinary fine at a later point in time is kind of where my head is. I don't know that I think it's necessary to make this discipline. Although it was a consent agreement, so that's different than somebody that just doesn't, it's a violation of a consent agreement, which is something that's different than just necessarily, not notifying of a change of address. But I don't know, that's kind of where my head is right now.
Yeah, earlier we had this similar discussion of whether it should be disciplinary or non. We leaned towards it being disciplinary, exactly what you're saying, because it was violating a disciplinary order.
Mr. Jindal, what is the date that is date stamped on the notification that you provided to the employer?
Are you still there, or are you just looking?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I was on mute there. So I don't have something that goes back to 2020. What I have is a email from a response to an email from, I believe, Jennifer, that has my employer send an email to her to confirm that he was aware. And I don't have, I would have to go through my email address, but it's probably whenever the first correspondence I had with Jennifer, that would be around the timestamp that the email would show.
So it was in conjunction with your request to
Correct. Right.
Okay, but it wasn't when you started your employment with Fascist?
No. Correct. Yeah.
So it's not just an administrative issue. It was that we never got it within the 10 days of starting employment. It wasn't done within the 10 days. So, Ms. Walmsley, you suggested tabling this possibly and opening a complaint, and then we could take them together?
No, that's not what I suggested, but we have a motion on the floor anyway, so it was just discussion. My thought was potentially to allow the staff to lift the probation if we receive the required documentation in the interim before the next meeting, and then open a complaint for the non-compliance. But I don't know if it's appropriate to do that before, because this is a disciplinary agreement. So, but I missed your earlier discussion on the other respondent. So, but everyone needs to be taken on their own merit too. So.
Yep. Okay.
Would the board care to receive legal advice?
I'll make a motion for legal advice.
I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Let me check with Crystal one moment.
I got out of the discussion too soon.
Staff, do we have everybody back? Is the room closed out?
Yeah, the room's closed out.
Okay. Board members, there's been obviously quite a bit of discussion prior to the last motion being made. Is there any other discussion? Does the motion on the floor still stand, or would Kristen, would you like to rescind your motion and we kind of start over here, or what's the thought of the group?
I'll let Mr. Tong go first, actually.
Madam Vice President, I'll recuse myself from a conversation on this matter, and I'll submit in writing the declaration of conflict of interest.
Thank you, Dr. Tong.
I would like to rescind my motion. And actually, I'll put forward a different motion, but I'll let Ms. Lehan.
Ms. Lehan, are you okay with rescinding your motion and continuing a discussion?
Yes, I'll rescind my motion as well.
Thank you.
A second.
Go ahead, Kristen.
I'll make another motion for a letter concern regarding the consent agreement element that wasn't followed to the letter, and ask that that information be provided to the board and to lift the probation.
Would the probation being lifted be a contingency of the receipt of that other information from his employer?
Yes. Because I'd like for the board to be able to have that in their file to close this out. Yeah.
Do we want a time frame on when to receive that? We don't want to leave it open-ended, so there has to be a resolution to that.
I would say within 90 days.
And I'll second that.
I have a motion by Ms. Snare and a second by Ms. Davis. Any other further discussion?
Yeah, this is Jennifer.
Oh, you said Ms. Davis is Ms. Lehan. Just a little correction.
I thought it was Tamil.
Sorry,
Did it at the same time.
You did it at the same time. I must have just saw your lips moving first. Okay, Ms. Lehan.
This is Jennifer. For the record, I just received a letter of support from Papa for Mr. Dindal and forwarded that to the board members.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any further discussion? Are we ready to take a vote? Hearing none, Dr. Gandhi or Jennifer, if you could do a roll call, please.
It is non-disciplinary, so you can take a vote.
Okay.
Sure.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Dindal, for your appearance today. The staff will reach out to you and make sure that you understand what else we're still missing in order for your probation to be lifted. I'm very glad to hear that you're doing so well, and sorry to hear about the loss in your family, but great to see success stories like this coming forward from the program. So thank you. I appreciate your time today.
All right, thank you. Moving on to 33A, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Michael Edward Tedros. Mr. Tedros, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. If you'd state your name for the record, please.
Michael Tedros.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mitchell, could you give a brief summary of what we have before us? And then Mr. Tedros will let you make a comment.
Sure. Michael Tedros entered into a consent agreement in order for probation to resolve board case number 19-0302. The order placed Mr. Tedros' license on probation for a minimum period of 26 months until approximately June 30th of 2022. On or about September 7th, 2022, Mr. Tedros contacted staff regarding the termination of his probation in California and to request the termination of his probation in this state. Mr. Tedros' license is not currently active. It did expire on October 31st of 2022.
Okay. Mr. Tedros, any comments or anything you want the board to know?
No, I think, just I'm just requesting the termination of the probation based on, I already satisfied everything with the California State Board of Pharmacy. And that's it. Actually, my license was being reinstated in California.
Okay. Board members?
I'll make a motion to lift the probation.
Second.
Okay, one thing real quick here is that board staff, it looks like, I just want to make sure he knows that he's in expired status once the.
I honestly did not, recognize that. So I'll just, apply for it right away.
Okay, I just want to make sure you're aware.
I was not aware until you guys told me, but I'll do it right away.
Okay. Okay, so I have a motion and I have a second. Any other discussion?
So
All those in
we, if it's an expired status, then you lift the probation without a pending application. I'm trying to talk this out, so.
Sure, yep. That's why, Ms. Galvin, I brought it up, but I wasn't 100% sure how to formulate it either because we have the request before us, but we have an expired, so we don't have a renewal application. Maybe board staff could work with Mr. Tadros.
I can apply. I can apply right away.
Yeah, let's do this so we don't put him in a position of having to like start anew and retake exams and everything. Have him reapply, and upon review by the staff that the application is complete, the fees are paid, approve the application, and then lift the probation kind of simultaneously, and then we have a. Are you all right with Seth?
Can we do that since the application is not on this agenda?
Yeah, because they approve approve applications all the time. They don't have to come before the board. So direct Mr. Tadros to apply. I assume he wants to renew. And assuming that that application is in order, then the order lifting probation would become effective.
So it would be lift the probation subject to these other things happening.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I think that works.
Do I need to include that in the motion?
I would just say an order lifting application or order lifting probation upon receipt of receipt and approval of a complete application for renewal.
Okay. Then I exactly what you said. Approve. I'll lift the probation upon
receipt and
approval of an application
of
for
a completed application. So Mr. Tadros, get your application for renewal in.
Sure, I'll do it right away.
Okay. All right, I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Board members, I'm showing that 34B is our last item for discussion today, unless board staff directs me back to something I need to revisit today.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Mr. Leyva, we probably want to acknowledge 29A, B, and C, the conferences that were continued.
Okay. 29A, B, and C?
Correct.
Okay. Do you need something more than me acknowledging that 29A, B, and C is continued to the next meeting?
Ms. Galvin, do you have any suggestions for this?
I don't. I think that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Maybe there's going to hopefully be an additional board meeting in January to address some of the matters that we're not going to get to today and tomorrow.
Okay. Then moving on to last agenda item 34B.
Yeah, so this is Jennifer. We wanted to provide a staff update. So just have some remarks. So it's with very mixed emotions that we want to share that Compliance Officer Carol Hess will be moving on to new opportunities later this month. Ms. Hess has been a compliance officer for this board for 8 years, and she has prepared and presented numerous matters to the board and has conducted numerous inspections, complaint investigations, permit reviews, and other compliance-related activities that, quite frankly, are too extensive to cover in their totality here today. Her hard work, diligence, positive attitude, and unwavering commitment to compliance have been invaluable assets that have enriched this agency, her colleagues, and the public she has so dutifully served in her role as a compliance officer. Carol, it is not quite enough to say thank you for all of your hard work over the last 8 years, but thank you. It has not gone unnoticed. You will be missed tremendously, and we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. I would like to defer to Dr. Gandhi and our fellow staff if they have any additional comments to make.
Gosh, I don't know. I mean, you said exactly what I was going to say. But it has, I mean, Carol started just prior to me starting, a year prior to that. So we kind of grew up in this agency together, and it's been an absolute pleasure working with her. I mean, you can come in and the day can be gray, and then you see Carol and just her bubbly, positive attitude can lighten the day, you know, and I'm going to miss that about Carol. So Carol, you're truly going to be missed. My heart is a little bit empty today. Just connect with me before you leave, so I don't miss that opportunity to say wish you well prior to you leaving.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Jennifer. Your kind words are taken to heart, and I'm going to miss everyone.
Thank you, Carol, for all your years of service. I hope you enjoy your next journey.
Yeah, thank you, Carol.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. JK, I'm going to move to call to public before we recess.
Yes, I think we've covered everything for today.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. We jumped around quite a bit. Thank you for helping me navigate through that. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Dr. Leib, it looks like we have somebody's hand raised.
Okay. Board staff, could we get, yes, Mr. Youngland?
Yes, I'm here waiting for 29A. What happened to that case?
$29A was
Ixona Pharmacy.
It's been
Ixona Pharmacy,
continued.
which was continued to the next board meeting.
So I'm coming back next time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think Mr.
Morris?
Roger Morris has a comment.
Thank you. Mr. President, I had 2 comments, actually. The first one, I wanted to acknowledge in Section 6, the Executive Director dismissals. I took a look at it. It is the largest section of Executive Director dismissals I think I have ever seen. I count 67 of them. And I just wanted to comment, it is phenomenally educational to be able to read what was alleged and the rationale for why they were dismissed. I find it really helpful. I intend to use it with my students, but I would recommend to as many pharmacists as possible that it will help them answer a lot of questions and be very beneficial. So I wanted to compliment the board and the staff for doing it in this manner and actually putting the explanations in and enough facts to be able to help people to be able to follow it, because I think that will help lots of others with similar situations that come up. That was my first comment. The second comment deals with the item that was 29D, which was a conference and involved a technician who was working in a physician's practice and dealing with the PA. We've had several of these issues over the last year or two, and the issues go back multiple years, about what to do with people who are educated as technicians, who may hold a technician license, and they're working in non-pharmacy settings. I really do think it would be beneficial if there was a way to have a stakeholder meeting to include the various medical boards, because it's not just the medical board, it's the osteopathic board, it's the dental board, it's several of the other boards that also have the ability to do in-office dispensing and do it. It seems to me if we're talking about public health and safety for the citizens of Arizona, and we're talking about the exact same drugs being dispensed at a physician's office versus a pharmacy, we should have some minimum levels of safety and standards. And I would much prefer the Board of Pharmacy to govern that than to have these haphazard other boards that are there. And I'd like to see something there. I'm happy to get involved with that or work through that. There are a number of other states where the Board of Pharmacy has full jurisdiction over the dispensing of all drugs to the public, regardless of who's doing that. But I do think it creates some safety issues and some confusion issues and puts a number of licensees in jeopardy. And that shouldn't be the case. We should be making sure from a public safety perspective that the manner and instructions and work that's going on for dispensing the same drugs have at least the same minimal level of safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Okay, thank you very much for today, and we will reconvene tomorrow.
Mr.
morning.
Leyva?
Oh, hello? Sorry.
There's on the phone line.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if you'd state your name
Hello.
for the record, and then the floor is yours.
Hello, hi, my name's Tim Lentz. I'm with the Peoria Primary Prevention Coalition out in Peoria, Arizona. We've got a couple of coalitions out in the West Valley, and we try to protect the safety of kids and adults. We distribute naloxone in the form of Narcan. Oh, sorry, did I talk over somebody?
Nope, you're fine.
Oh, sorry. There's a delay in what I'm seeing on the screen. Sorry what I can hear. So anyway, we're a primary prevention coalition, and we've got a Peoria location, a Glendale location, and one out in Buckeye. And we're available to help guide people that have any type of drug addiction, opioids specifically, is what we do a lot of prevention activities in the school system. And like I said, we distribute Narcan, and we just got the entire Peoria Unified School District supplied with Narcan in every single one of their schools in case of an accidental poisoning. And I just wanted to introduce myself and my coalition, and appreciate all you guys are doing.
Thank you. Appreciate the comments. Any other comments? On my view, I don't see any others, but anybody else see? Board staff, board members, anybody with a hand raised? Okay. All right, we'll reconvene tomorrow morning at 8:30. Thank you very much for a good day.
Thank you.